Good evening, and welcome to special holiday stream. Which is, of course, to say that we are celebrating that we have a little bit of a holiday coming up very soon. And I hope you all have a good one, at the very least. And I brought a hat, which makes my voice sound weird because my headset isn't as hard on as normal. So, for this stream, this is going to be a little bit like tea time. A little bit like tea time. But with less clip review and more just talking, having fun. Focusing on positivity. Not that we don't on tea times. Maybe some stories. I might have some stories to tell. I often do. Maybe you have some stories to tell. Who knows what'll happen. But yeah, welcome. And I hope you all enjoy. And have a good evening. Or day, depending on where you are in the world. So with that said, hey HK, hey Kitsu, hey Gazel, hey Lemon, hey Shirakai, hey Aradil, hey Agibuster, hey Ross, hey Matthew, and hey Chris. I hope you're all doing very well. Right. Hey Silvermint, hope you're doing well as well. So to start... I had an interesting afternoon. It's maybe not the most exciting thing. So I was editing a video, and I reach a point where I'm like, oh, I forgot to record this thing. Or I forgot to test or check this thing, and I might as well record it. But I need an additional person for this test. Like, I realize I forgot something, you know, at the 11th hour of I'm literally sitting here editing the video. And I discover I need one more person to test this. So fortunately, Tristan comes on over and helps me in a tight spot. Takes like 5 minutes or so to do the test, real quick, no big deal. I edit the rest of the video, which is like I'm finished hours later because the thing that I was missing footage for was still rather early in the video. And then I render it. And the thing with Vegas Pro is that sometimes it'll just find a specific frame, like a specific frame that it just cannot render. And the only thing we can do is try and render it differently, like pre-render it somehow, for example, but you have to pre-render it in like smaller amounts. Or alternatively, take that specific part, throw it out and try again, or change it significantly. And I like the specific part that broke in this specific video that I just couldn't render was like the end of the clip I made with Tristan. Specifically that one. And I tried like 5 times. I managed to get it to work in the end by like adjusting the clip. But that is really, like, that is just awkward. Exactly, F that frame in particular. Hey Sharo, hey Murfolk, and hey Shiro. Hope you're all doing very well. Look at that sea of green. I see seas of green. My holy manatee. A Gombe would be a great Christmas glam. Yeah, that would actually work pretty well. I think the main problem would be like you'd need a slightly different hat. It really emphasizes the ears. Hey Angel, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that was today's story. I also talked about what was actually about that clip on Discord. We were testing a little bit of Fey Illumination, which is one of the weirdest actions in Final Fantasy XIV, and wouldn't you know it, it's an action that Scholar has. Would people disagree if I called Scholar the weirdest job in Final Fantasy XIV? Or are there other contenders? Shurakai says I'm on light data servers, I forgot. I mean, if you log out to your character selection, you can right-click your name and like in the character selection, and then choose data center travel. And then just hop on over here, just in case you didn't know. Shiro says, I don't know, does Blue Mage count? Okay, fair enough. Blue Mage is the weirdest job, but then Scholar is the second most, I would say. Summoner was weirder? I suppose in some ways. I suppose in some ways. It's fine. I can let Blue Mage have being the weirdest job. Absolutely. I just forgot it for a second that, well, actually Blue Mage would be weirder. I will say that mechanically, I feel like Scholar is weirder. Blue Mage has the weirdest, like, toolkit and functionality as a whole, but in terms of, like, how it functions mechanically, I feel like for the most part it is rather straightforward. I think the weirdest thing Blue Mage interacts with is, let's see, for example, Apocalypsis interacts with channeled dot snapshotting, which is like a really specific subsection of snapshotting. And Phantom Flurry does that too. And then Blue Mage is also like the only remaining job that like directly interacts with the concept of physical and magical damage being distinctly different. And what I mean by that is that the only other jobs other than Blue Mage that this matters for at all. Sorry, apparently my sleeve buttoned itself up. Oh, I will get to that, Rust. The only other jobs where it comes up at all is Black Mage and Red Mage. Weirdly, it's the color mages every time, right? So why is that? For Red Mage, it is of course because, as we've talked about on other videos, Embolden only boosts your magic damage, and all of your OGCDs as a Red Mage are physical attacks. So they don't benefit from Embolden. The reason why Red Mage doesn't really care about this fact is because 1, you're using these actions on cooldown anyway, and 2, you're using these cooldowns during other raid buffs anyway, so it doesn't actually matter that Embolden doesn't buff you, because everyone else's raid buffs buff you. So it's like, yeah, technically it's a factor, it matters mildly, but you don't actually care. And for Black Mage, this increases magic damage, specifically. HK says, why is that Red Mage hotbar so empty? Oh, that's because I'm wearing glasses. And like I'm wearing an additional pair of glasses. So I can do like this. I still have a pair of glasses. Yeah, Enochian only boosts magic damage for reasons. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I don't know why we need the distinction. Like, I mean, imagine if Black Mage did 23% more damage, could you imagine the power it would have if its auto attacks could hit for 2 at max level? Would be insane. Cat Damon says, technically it's relevant for Adel and Fate. Oh, well, I was talking about buffs. But you're right. The reason why it doesn't matter for players is because either your damage buffs increase all damage, or it incidentally increases the specific damage type that the job you're playing is doing, so doesn't Manatee fainted from cringe. But because it's a completely different story when the enemy is attacking you, it of course makes sense that this matters for Adel and Feint. It's actually quite interesting because it's like 4 or 8 months. I can't remember exactly. Maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less. 4 or 8 months ago that they actually added the mechanic where there's like a little blue sword next to your attack if it's physical damage, or a little purplish wand or stave if it's magic damage. Like, it's actually a rather new feature for Final Fantasy XIV that they actually tell you what damage type something is, like, up front. Fisherman says, double auto attack damage. And it would be quite incredible. It's wild how scaling works sometimes when you're down at really low numbers. Shiro says, wait, does this mean that Black Mage does not benefit from Enochian while under the effects of Steel Sting? Good question. I'm pretty sure that the tooltip explains why it doesn't work like that. Grants the effect of Lost Steel Sting to self or target ally. Lost Steel Sting's effect is all attacks deal physical damage, however all bonuses to damage dealt are determined by the attack's base damage type. So that means that it goes magic damage, flies out to the enemy, and now it's physical damage. Like, it becomes physical damage when it lands. But it was an interesting question. Like, now you might understand why it has this huge detail like added on top to explain that, oh well, it doesn't change the scaling of the attack. It's specifically because of buffs like this. HK says, I usually play my Black Mage with strength and use warrior abilities. I will say, actually, that the discovery, or rediscovery, or even the disproval of the opposite, suggesting that Black Mages actually do, like, non-meaningless auto-attack damage at lower levels, actually leads to the possibility that there could be a benefit to making sure that a Black Mage in, like, the level, 15 to 50 range might want to make sure they are in melee range so that they get some auto attacks. Like, how much damage does a Fire 1 do at level 50, right? Your auto attacks did, like, I think it was like 40 or something as a Black Mage at level 50. Something like that. So unless your Fire 1s deal like 500 damage, and I don't think they hit that hard at level 50. Maybe they do and I just remember wrong. I'm pretty sure they don't do 500 damage by that point. Like, even if they did that, your auto attacks would still be like a 10th of a Fire 1, which is actually... It's not bad. It's not amazing. It's okay. It's like, if you get some auto attacks in over the course of a boss fight or even like an entire dungeon, you could make a difference. Like, it's not anything massive. It's not necessary, but hey, it's free real estate, right? It's free real estate. Let's see. Shiro says Blue Mage is also the sole owner of a tank positional. That's true. Goblin Punch does more damage when executed from the front. It does more damage when Mighty Guard is active. That is very true. And very weird. But very interesting. It's pretty funny because I remember... I remember looking at, so before before Blue Mage became level 80 plus, up to level 80 rather, this was the final spell in your spellbook. And for the most part, the perspective was, what could you possibly give Blue Mage? Like, what do they need? What does Blue Mage need now, at this point? And one of the things I remember people were seeking was, well, if you're tanking, it would be extremely nice if you had like a spammable, like an instant attack, so that you didn't have to like stop and cast to aggro something. Like, where is it? Frog's Legs? There it is. Frog Legs has a cast time, and it isn't provoke. It says provoke nearby enemies, but it doesn't cast provoke, you know, the tank thing. It just, it actually does what some people think provoke does. It matches your enmity with the current maximum and adds, like, +1. And that's it. That's pretty much what Frog Legs do, so it's not good for tanking. So people were like, couldn't we have, like, an instant attack to, like, pick up enemies with? And then if we go down the list, Ride Around wasn't something anyone needed. I don't think there's anything you can do with Ride Around. I think the only thing that you can do with Ride Around is that you can use it to knock other players around. So you can use it for trolling, which is obviously a core feature of Blue Mage. Does anyone use this? The thing is, Shiltron can be good. The problem is that it costs too much to have it. In which cases I saw Gazel use it. I mean, if you're still collecting spells on your Blue Mage, then Shiltron is actually pretty good. It's very easy to get. So it's not the worst thing to have, and for a tank, where it's 100 potency kickback every time that you get hit, it would average around 400 to 500 potency on your average enemy that just auto attacks you every 3 seconds or so. 2 to 3 seconds. You would hit back 5 times or so. And remember, your average GCD as a Blue Mage, like as your filler, is 220 with 50% drop off. So Shiltron is potentially twice that. The problem is that usually it's not even equal to that. Like if the boss just starts casting something or whatever, or you stun all the enemies, which is usually how Blue Mage handles a big AoE pull, so, right? Means Shiltron doesn't really do much, but it is good in the right circumstances. But this is also an example of what makes Shiltron good is that it is better Veil of the Wall. And ironically, you can't even stack them. Not that you'd want to, because Glass Dance is objectively better. And the reason why it is better Veil of the Wall is because there's no cooldown as well, so you can just maintain it if you want to. Rehydration solved the problem for soloing Blue Mages primarily, or gives tank Blue Mages something they can spam to keep themselves topped up if they so desire. It, however, does come with the detriment of having a really long cast time. But I mean, if you swift cast it, like, this is another example of something where, like, I didn't know I needed this, but it's actually a really good spell. And then you just have, like, this. Like, this is a perfect example of what does Blue Mage need? I don't know. Something with even more potency? Like, since you're offering. And Wild Rage is... it's actually really interesting for, like, the concept of having Wild Rage is really funny. But it gives rise to a hypothetical build. But I don't think it works in Final Fantasy XIV. What I mean by that is what you can do with Wild Rage is so it does 500 potency. Exactly, how about a bigger bazooka? What Wild Rage offers is it's 500 potency, but it has a 5-second cast time. So it's actually 250 potency per GCD, so it's, you know, it's 30 more than the average. And then it has an obnoxiously long cast time, so it's not that great. And it comes with a massive downside. It just deletes half of your HP. Now, why would this lead to some sort of build? Is that this exists, Revenge Blast, which is also 500 potency, but it's only 500 potency if you're almost dead. So if you can magically land yourself in below 20% HP range, if you could do that intentionally, you could spam this. Now, you might already realize what the problem with this is. To land it at below 20% HP, you need to use Wild Rage twice. Not only that, you need to use Wild Rage, heal a bit, and then use Wild Rage. And then you can use Revenge Blast. And without using Swift Cast, this will take you over 10 seconds to set up. And it's not often that a boss just gives you 30 seconds or something to just style on them with no retaliation whatsoever, right? So it's not likely that that it's actually worth the setup. And you also have to remember, you need to have Wild Rage amongst your 24 spell slots, and you need to have Revenge Blast among your 24 spell slots, and I don't know how you're going to heal specifically at most 19% of your HP. No more, no less, and it can't be healing over time, preferably. But you'd need to bring that too yourself, because I don't think your healers are going to help you with it, because those are also GCDs for the blue mages. They don't help you, and if they do, it means it's an even bigger investment. So this is an interesting idea, but I just don't see how it would work. Exactly, Shiro, the boss could just hit you. Just do a raid wide or something. Blue Mage needs more vitality. One-Eyed says, Devour increases your HP pool first, maybe. So see, that is actually a good example. You could do that. Actually, I think, should we test this? Should we test what happens if we try this? Let me just... Blue Mage... I already have Devour on, so we just go this and this. Well, technically, we don't need to have Revenge Blast to test this, but whoops. Oh, wait a minute. Let me test something here. Don't need to mimic a tank. Imagine if I actually hit it. So the reason why you don't have to... The way I went about this is... So Devour, for those that don't know, it increases your max HP by 20%. Super helpful. If you're a tank, it lasts longer, but what we're interested in is the fact that it actually heals you based on the damage it did. So if you just use Wild Rage, Devour to heal, and then click away the buff, you can then Wild Rage yourself for the remaining 50% of your HP, and only have the HP remaining from healing with Devour, and whatever you regenerated in the time frame. You could also, as you saw, I could use Wild Rage, Devour, and then Wild Rage and still survive, but that was because of regen. And yeah, exactly, the damage isn't that impressive. Hey Quill, thank you so much. I'm really happy to hear that. Says, your rotation videos have been an absolute gem for helping me in 14. It's because of you I've grown to love Ninja. I'm really happy to hear that, because Ninja is like one of those really hard jobs to get into, I feel. She busts as Gunbreaker with Revenge Blast and Super Bolide. And see, Fisherman says there were a few openings in E8S for this. If you had an odd amount of HP, then you can just cast them back to back. Otherwise, you can wait for an HP tick. Can't kill yourself with it. What? True, you can't kill yourself with it because you can't use it. Interesting. Yeah, that does make sense. If there's like a boss mechanic that sets everyone to like 1 HP or extremely low HP, then you could like just bring Revenge Blast. You could just bring Revenge Blast to use like for a moment. Yeah, as others said, despite the setup, the damage isn't like hugely impressive. Let's just say it's like that's exactly the problem with this combo, is that given that it requires all this setup and it requires at minimum 2 spell slots, or at least 1 if you just bring Revenge Blast and hope for it, you need it to happen a few times throughout the fight. Or be possible or accessible a few times throughout the fight. Otherwise, what's the point in the setup, and what's the point in the spell slot investment, right? Like, you could bring anything other than that, and it would probably be more handy. Like, you could bring utility. Like, if you have the like spell slot real estate to bring Wild Rage, you have the spell slot real estate to bring like I don't know, like something like old school, like condensed Libra. And that might actually be worth more for the rest of your group. Assuming it randomly lands on the correct buff, right? See, Fisherman says, after the burst window, the tank can wide wind since Mighty Guard reduces the tank's damage so much. That's true, and that is actually pretty smart. Quill says, it's a nightmare to begin, but once you do, I can't imagine using any other job as my main. Fair enough. Are you interested in Viper? I am interested in Viper, but as I did talk about this in a video I made a little while ago where I talked about the Viper job and what we know. I did indeed forget my glasses, thank you. What I said in that video is a core problem with these kinds of like job reveals is that what do we know about Viper right now? We know that they use 2 swords that can be combined into a glaive, and they have this super mode where they get this blue aura that makes them do some big fancy flashy attack. What we also know is that the dual wield mode has at least 4 unique GCD attacks, and we know that there is an attack, at least an apparent attack, in switching to the glaive, and we know that the glaive has at least 1 attack in the mode. There is a hypothesis that the first GCD that we saw on Viper applies a debuff, which makes it awfully similar to Reaper in that Reaper has to apply its Death's Design debuff before it starts attacking, because it's 10% damage, right? It's very valuable. It might not be the same debuff. It might even not even be a debuff, and we just saw wrong. It could have been a debuff, and by the time we get Viper, they've decided to do something else. The thing with seeing a reveal trailer like this is that we can assume that all of the actions they showed us are the actions that they are 100% confident are staying. Like, these actions, we know they're keeping. they might not keep the functionality that they had decided on in the preview. They might have changed on that, but they've made those actions, like they made those animations, and they're probably sticking to those on account of them showing us. And the reason why they didn't show us much more might be because they wanted to keep the rest for later. It could also be because they don't have the rest yet. Like, they haven't actually figured out what they're going to do for the rest. So they don't actually know what the rest of Viper is yet. Or they didn't at that point, is a possibility. So we don't know what it is. I'm interested in Viper for that reason, but I have no idea what it'll actually be. I've given some examples of what I think would be cool, but the thing is that what I want to see is that it is like a distinctly unique job, if that makes sense. Like, if Viper releases and it's straight up just Reaper, but with slightly more OGCDs, or slightly different in some way, then I would be incredibly disappointed, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. So I just want the job to be cool, but we don't really know anything about it. Like, we don't really know anything about it. Ardell says the Japanese Fan Fest in 2 weeks will happen Sunday at 2 a.m. our time, so a few hours after Small Kai's usual adventure time. That is true. A good point. Yeah, the reason why that is significant is because we're expecting to get more information about things in Dawntrail that we don't yet know at this Fan Fest, and there's a really strong expectation that the promised mage DPS job is getting revealed, which most people are expecting to be green mage. Again, even if we know what a green mage is from the franchise, it doesn't tell us anything about what the job actually is until we actually see some tooltips. And that's the problem with the Viper trailer, is that not a single tooltip was shown. We don't even know what the attacks they used are called. So we don't know how relevant or significant they are, if they are significant at all. But they might be. There's also an expectation that we might see the teased limited job, that people suspect will be Beastmaster, maybe Puppet Master, maybe a mixture of the two, but we don't know. And again, we don't know what that exactly means until we see something like that. This is a common problem. This is something that I've said before, that a job name doesn't tell me anything, because they could do anything. They could just make Sage again. One Night says, let us bring Blue Mage into Deep Dungeon so we can figure out cool ways to do stuff. I think if they actually, like, Blue Mage's limited job title is actually excellent for Deep Dungeon. Imagine this. You go into Palace of the Dead, and you zone in, and you only have, you know, what's it called? Water cannon. But instead of these actions, like, instead of all of these, you have, like, I don't know, like 50 or 100 spells, like a reasonable amount of spells to unlock in Palace of the Dead that might be distinctly different from what you normally have. Like, you go around, like, fight the different mobs to get their spells, so that you can, like, build your Blue Mage in your run. That would both balance out how insanely overpowered Blue Mage would be in Palace of the Dead normally, by also be allowing the developers to limit what kind of spells Blue Mage can have in Palace of the Dead. And they could give it the same spells in Heaven on High, eventually Eureka Authors, or they could give them different spells, like mix it up. I think that would be an incredibly cool thing they could do. And then the reason why you had to lose your spells in Palace of the Dead is, of course, because if Blue Mage gets to have all of its spells from the get-go, then, first of all, it would be a little stale, the first 100 floors of Palace of the Dead, even the first 50. Because you don't get anything, you just fight. But it would also be insanely overpowered. Let's see, Quill says, interesting. Is there any type of job you would personally love to have if given the option? To be more specific, if you had the option to make a job yourself, would you have any ideas? If I could make a job myself... Oh, yeah, what would I do? I would either do something that completely, that completely breaks some sort of convention in the game that we're used to having, or something very unique. For example, and I've talked about this before, I want to see a ranged tank. I also would like to see a melee healer. The core reason why the melee healer, and no, I'm not talking about Scholar, I'm talking about someone that actually has to be in melee range to be good. More like a retail World of Warcraft Holy Paladin, I suppose. The reason why it wouldn't work is because Final Fantasy XIV is coded in such a way that bosses view ranged and healer interchangeably. Meaning that when a boss is looking for a ranged player to target, it can choose between ranged players and healers typically. Similarly, it views tanks and melee jobs interchangeably. Often, bosses will target a tank or a DPS or a healer, but the concept is there that bosses and boss mechanics assume that your healers are ranged and your tanks are melee. The reason why it is less of a problem to have a ranged tank than a melee healer is the same reason why, hypothetically, a black mage can easily, sometimes completely willingly, sub in on a melee spot in a savage raid or something. Whereas a samurai, for example, I don't think would want to willingly sub in on the ranged spots. The ranged job can just play melee and be fully functional. The melee job cannot go at range and be fully functional. It just can't. And that's also why a ranged tank could work, because the only benefit the ranged tank would get is, well, it can kite, just like a healer or ranged DPS would be able to, meaning that it would be pretty effective at soloing content, assuming it isn't completely lacking in self-healing. And given that it wouldn't mind that enemies come to it, it can just go over where the safe spot is and just wait for the boss to come to it. I mean, just wait for you. And just stand in the optimal spot all the time. So it would have an incredible advantage in positioning. But it wouldn't hurt anything. The way it would become a problem is actually that if you had a fully functional ranged tank, then all of the melee tanks would be at a disadvantage. It's the same as the argument for why all 4 tanks need to have an invuln, because if only one of them had one, then they would have an objective advantage over the other 3. That it can do something the other 3 can't, and the only way to balance that would be either to heavily limit what you can actually use the invulnerability for, making it somewhat pointless, or give everyone one, which is what they opted to. Azul says, but the boss would follow you if you walk away. Correct. You're a ranged tank, so you have the defense of a tank. You just happen to have, 25 yalms on all of your range attacks. Like, all of your GCDs just have 25 yalms. There you go. Jacob says, just the fact that Paladin has temporary ranged options basically gives us a ranged tank. And that is true. Paladin is actually a good example of, like, in a temporary manner, how a ranged tank could function. It's just that the ranged tank would always be able to shoot. Thank you for checking in, Lemon. Hope you have a good day. NP spam rotation is max uptime, therefore max DPS. Aha. So actually, Quill, we've talked about options for ranged tank. The developers has somewhat recently talked about how they've tried multiple times to come up with a tank that uses 2 shields. And they just can't come up with how it would actually fight. Like, defensive cooldowns are no problem because, obviously, right? But they don't know how it would actually attack. And I remember we were talking about, well, it could use the gun shields, like how Ritterton has dual shields, or how... Oh, what's his name in Memoria Misera? So you could just have, like, gun shields to shoot with, and now you've solved the problem. You now have a double shield tank, which is something that would be really cool, and a ranged tank. Like, 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Yeah, exactly, Varys. Oh, also Fisherman says, I said I'm still hoping Viper pulls out a flintlock pistol as an OGCD or such to fulfill my hope for a pirate-like job. That would be cool. Yex says, I don't know, most of the time it feels like I am a melee healer. It feels easiest to hit the entire target with my AoEs when I stay close to the enemy. That is true. Also the entire party. But yeah, I would suggest double shields, like just do like Guardian gun shields. And the key thing that people often forget when talking about a ranged tank is that they go, well, how would you actually play a ranged tank? Because the enemy would just come to you. Forgetting that if you're, say, out in the open world, then Black Mage doesn't just grab a magician's hat and just like magician out a tank for them. They just like take it. Like they just get punched in the face, right? And they just take it. So just because you're ranged doesn't mean you can't take a punch. It's just if the ranged tank has the same defenses as the other tanks, then it's a ranged tank. Like that's the requirement. On the other hand, a melee healer would be, you know, it would have GCDs that are melee. To take inspiration from the way that Holy Paladin works in retail World of Warcraft is that in World of Warcraft there are these things called masteries. It is like a stat, but you have a base amount in it. And the mastery stat does something unique for every specialization, with a specialization being a subcategory of a class. And if I can't remember if they've changed it, but last I checked, the Holy Paladin's mastery was that you heal more on targets closer to you. It's like a healing bonus that gradually drops off the further away your target is from you. And so you were motivated to be in melee range to heal the melee players. Or just generally not being the furthest away from the boss, right? And then in addition to that, you have some attacks that are melee range. So you could do that. The thing is, Holy Paladin didn't need to like walk over to people to heal them. It was just that it healed better on people close by, and then its attacks were melee range, so that you had like your preferred place in the battlefield was in melee range. It's not that you have to run up to people to heal them. It's just that rather than being like, well, I mean, I'm a scholar, I could go in for a book smack or two. It's like, well, I'm a I don't know. I'm a surgeon. I'm a surgeon. And I have to go up and stab the enemy with my syringes to do attacks or whatever. And that generates some of my resources or something that I need for healing. So that you have to be in melee range to function optimally. Then you have made a melee healer. Zip says, I don't mean to be funny, but have they never seen how you fight with 2 shields in Dark Souls? You just bonk them with it. See, the thing is, I don't think that they have problems figuring out how you would attack. I think the problem is that they don't know what to make, right? And you might be sitting there thinking, well, the other tanks don't exactly radiate with inspiration either or something, given that there's this whole meme of you have Warrior and Dark Warrior, and then you have Gunbreaker and Holy Gunbreaker. But they are distinctly different, and we can... I think we can agree that if they made another one of those, that people would start to really go, alright, can you maybe get some new material? Right? Like, if they make Warrior or Gunbreaker, essentially Gunbreaker, again, like a third time, with like slightly rehashed, then people might get a little upset and tired. And I think that is totally fair. Honestly, totally fair. So I can see why they go, we don't know. Like, the specific thing I remember reading was that they said, well, we have an idea of like two shield tank, like a tank that wields two shields, but we kind of fall short whenever we think about how its rotation would work. And I don't know what it should be. Like, given how simple you could say that the filler rotations of the 4 tanks are, let's just start with that. You have a tank, it uses 2 shields, it could be entirely ranged, but that is entirely optional. Like, that is just a detail, that's a footnote. What does its filler combo do? What is its filler combo? Warrior has it has a 1-2-3 combo with an alternative finisher. Paladin has a 1-2-3 combo that actually gradually evolves into a 1-2-3-4-5-6-7 combo, essentially. Dark Knight has a 1-2-3 combo that generates 2 resources. Warriors generates 1, and Paladin generates 2 buffs. Gunbreaker has a 1-2-3 combo that generates 1 resource. What makes Gunbreaker's 1-2-3 combo distinctly different from the other ones? Well, Warrior's 1-2-3 combo heals on the 3rd step, and Gunbreaker's heals on the 2nd. And Gunbreaker's actually shields you as well. And Dark Knights generate 2 resources, as opposed to just 1. You can see, like, there's not that much to work with. Like, what could you do? Like, you could, for example, you could make this tank be like, it doesn't have as many defensive cooldowns, but its 1-2-3 combo maintains a defensive cooldown or something. Like, they could do that. But then, you would have to balance it around that, so it doesn't just directly take less damage than all the other tanks permanently. Also, welcome back, HK. Fisherman says, ranged tank makes me wonder if Paladin is paying a ranged tax for requiescat combo onto on top of having an extra mitigation of passage of arms. I don't know. Does Dark Knight pay some taxes? I don't know. Paladin is in a fine spot. See, an interesting thing here is if you do this, well, actually not much happens. Weird. I'd expected something else. So what this means is this shows the average, this shows the performance of each job, based on all the logs that we have from the current raid tier. If we do this is the 1%. And the reason why this is confusing is because Dark Knight tends to be more popular in like parser groups, which are those that go for like, oh right, it might be 80 PS. There it is. Wait, why does that make a difference? Oh right, raid buffs. Thank you, Matthew. There it is. That was why I didn't get it. Right. With 80 PS, you actually get the raid buff contributions. Yes. With RDPS, it actually, so the way that it works, for those that don't know how to read logs, RDPS basically awards the damage that a raid buff grants to someone else to the caster of the buff. So what that means is when your samurai does that massive Medara Zetsugeka and crits for, I don't know, like 50,000, but then the dancer used technical finish, so now it does 52.5 thousand. Those 2.5 thousand that it added is actually attributed to the dancer and not the samurai, because the dancer made that possible. And because of this means that if you compare on RDPS, it means that this comparison means that if you don't care about matching raid buffs, then this is the ranking, essentially. Like, this is not exactly how that means, because this is actual real-life data, but if we ignore the part where people should be awarded for timing their bursts during raid buffs, then this is what you get. If you award people for landing their burst and raid buffs, then this is the ranking instead. But as you can see, whoops. If you're not looking at the best of the best, then Paladin is still fine. And then Paladin is actually over Dark Knight. And if you check on the best of the best, then Dark Knight is over everyone. By not very much, but my point is that there's not really any tech thing going on in this way. Not like this. There's a possibility that Paladin has some sort of disadvantage here or there. The reason why Dark Knight specifically has an advantage over the other tanks is because as Dark Knight has 2 resources it can stockpile, it just, like, if you balance all 4 tanks around using your resources as you get them, hypothetically, then Dark Knight, by not doing that, and instead, like, moving over to focusing on, like, bursting, will be able to, like, accumulate more value than the other tanks, because Dark Knight has more buckets to fill before the burst. Like, Warrior can bring and infuriate sometimes 2. Warrior can bring 2 fell cleaves. Paladin can bring, like, they can bring, like, Holy Spirit, Royal Authority, Holy Spirit, but it's so little that it's not like it's not really worth doing anything in most cases. Like, it's just follow your priority list, right? Gunbreaker can do the same burst every time. Well, the same 2-minute burst every time, and the same 1-minute burst every time. Which is slightly greater than Warrior that is like, don't know, and Paladin that is like, can't really do anything anyway. So Dark Knight and Gunbreaker are just more primed to benefit from raid buffs. Well, Paladin and Warrior are like more on this. I mean, technically, it's there, but there's not that much I can do about it. Anyway, point is that I don't think that Paladin is getting taxed for its tools, although there is a possibility that that Paladin might have, like, the thing is, let's take that one. Paladin has the generally accepted ironically worst invulnerability of the 4 tanks, because it has the longest cooldown. Paladin has worse Shake It Off, which is extremely ironic because Divine Veil came first. Paladin has, like... Oh, is it worse? I would say Paladin has worse Heart of Corundum when it's used on someone else. Kind of. Not really, not exactly, because there's this weird interaction where you can boost it further by having Rampart or Sentinel up. So why does Paladin have worse party support by that logic? That would maybe be explained by, oh, but that's because Paladin has an extra one. Right? That would make sense. Paladin's other party cooldowns are getting nerfed to compensate for them having just like, oh yeah, by the way, I have a third one here. That would make sense. Let me just wind up a little bit again. Bladed shields is also a good idea, Type Air, and that could also work. Quill says I would absolutely love Vipers to have a pistol edition too. Even the outfit reminded me of the pirate look in Assassin's Creed. I feel like I remember a lot of people were expecting it to be like a sword and gun idea until they saw what it actually was. There's also ignoring the possibility for the tank to place something down that the boss can target and auto attack separate from their own actual body. See, that could also be like... That's actually a really good example, because that's another thing on my list. Like, if I was given like the option to like just present job ideas, I would be like a ranged tank, a pet tank, a pet DPS, because we don't have that anymore, a dot DPS, a more healing over time focused healer, a more barrier-focused healer, because ironically our barrier healers are not really barrier healers. They're more like, well, we have barriers on speed dial, but we're more like heal over time healers. A little bit. Like passive healing healers. And the pure healers, like, even though their thing is that they have heal over time effects on speed dial, their real thing is that they just go and then everyone has full HP, right? So that's like the upfront healer and the passive healer is what we have. And we have two of each. Zephyr says, I wish they put masteries in 14. I think it would be really cool if we had mastery. I think that would be a more interesting stat than direct hit, personally. But I have made videos on my opinion of the stats in Final Fantasy XIV, and I can also see the opposing argument to that. My perspective before I made the video and when I made the video was the stats in Final Fantasy XIV are extremely boring. It would be more fun if they were more impactful or did something more interesting. Counter argument, the best counter argument I got was, if stats were more impactful, what it would do is when a new expansion launched and we got back to like starting item levels of gear, it would just suck more because our rotations would feel even more sluggish and like boring, because we didn't have the appropriate amount of stats and our build is ruined and stuff like that. It would just make that suck more, and at the end of the day we would still just go on like the balance and hear what someone else thinks is the best stat combination for the job that we want to play. So it wouldn't change anything for like 99 point, like it wouldn't add anything good for like 99.99% of the player base, and the remaining 0.01% would be sitting there messing around with calculating builds and numbers, and then there's this random guy that discovers that, oh, if you stack this particular stat very high, then the game breaks in half. And it would just lead to more imbalance. Even though it would be interesting, it wouldn't really change anything. Similarly, mastery would be a very difficult stat to like make interesting and impactful, and again it would it would have the same effect as stats have now, in that either mastery would beat crit, in which case you would prioritize mastery, or mastery would not beat crit, in which case you would not stack mastery and you just stick to the status quo, right? So like, on the one hand, it would be really interesting. On the other hand, I know that most of us would just like look up what others calculated. Even if it would be interesting. Also, Jacob says the ultimate anti-fun filler for the double shield tank. No combos, just stand there with spike shields. Ah, I know. You just give the shield tank this. This is your combo filler. You just do like a 1-2-3 combo that maintains 3 different versions of this. All the speed on tanks. You see... Will says, out of curiosity, I looked up the other jobs in the entire series and noticed one called Time Mage, which seems to be similar to Titus in 10 since he has a range of time abilities. So there's a little bit of a history lesson there. Because Astrologian used to have time magic. Well, used to have more time magic. One common spell for time mages, don't ask why, is gravity. Time mages usually have gravity. It doesn't do this. It's usually like it cuts the enemy's HP in half or something like that. Like that's typically what it does. But it's typically in Final Fantasy franchise, it is a time mage spell. Lightspeed is a time spell. Astrologian used to have an ability that extended the duration of all your buffs on someone by 10 seconds. Just across the board. That included your heal over time effects, it included your cards, anything else you had up on them. That was also time magic. Macrocosmos has this effect, like it's trying to make this effect of like rewinding time. So it's like it's intended to be a type of time magic. Horoscopes are a very adjacent kind of time magic because you're trying to tell the future, but that is also like intended as a that's the reason why an astrologian can also simultaneously be a time mage. But my point is that we had a time mage in a way, and it was sort of like consumed by astrologian, and then like just digested slowly into nearly being invisible, right? I'm not saying that we couldn't have a time mage and a time mage would be really cool. I think the thing that time mage would be expected to do would just not mesh very well with the game. Astrologian's arrow card, Astrologian's arrow card used to reduce your GCD. Could you imagine if the Astrologian cast a buff on you that reduced your GCD? And you're sitting there meticulously planning out your rotations so that your GCD perfectly lines up with the burst window 2 minutes down the line, and then the astrologian just makes it go 15% faster or something. Like, suddenly you realize that all players have inner release. Like, they just all get red glowing eyes. It's really strange. Like, it would be hard to give, like, a time mage, like, haste or something like that. Because most players, like, most jobs would rather not have it. Like, they would rather not have it. But yeah, Astrologian used to be, like, half-seas time matching and half-seas, like, cards and all that. Like, it used to be, like, a little bit of a mix. And then they sort of like moved away from it. I think part of the reason was that a mechanic like extending your buffs on someone by 10 seconds is an extremely difficult button to use, like incredibly complicated, which basically like just removing that from the astrologian toolkit just kicks it down the staircase of difficulty, just drops the skill ceiling like way down, just because you don't have to manage that. Paper cut from astrologian cards is perfect melee healer vibes. But yeah, I think, like, see, that's the thing, is that I think that, like, if I were to design a job myself, I would think of something completely outlandish. I wouldn't think, oh, this works well in the game universe. I would think, that sounds fun. Like, that sounds unique. Like, as I said, a ranged tank. That might do something really weird. A melee healer. A pet tank. Like, if I were to design a pet healer just to, like, take Scholar, it wouldn't be like this. It would not be like this. It would be... You might have some healing, but, like, the majority of your healing is your pet doing it. You're just there, like, you're just there instructing it in some way. And maybe what you do is, like, you apply buffs to people that direct how the pet works. Like, you give a buff that makes this player receive extra healing and also increases the the probability that the pet will choose that person to heal specifically. Instead of you sitting there like commanding the pet, you're there influencing the pet. And how would that make sense? Well, first of all, your pet would probably have to be bigger. Like, it would have to be, like, large enough that it doesn't look like it's your assistant. More like it's like a creature that you're trying to control to do what you want to do. I don't know how that would work, but, like, something like that. If you're a pet tank, maybe not make it that complicated, but again, I would think that it would be more interesting if you make a pet job that the pet is, you know, the central focus. That's how I feel. Like, if you're making a pet centric, like a pet with, like, a job with a pet, then the pet is the focus, right? Because this is like how Scholar spams Broil and Lister Fairy to everything else. See, here's the thing. When I discovered Scholar, when I started in Stormblood and saw that, oh, so my pet has Embrace, I still have Physic, but now I get Adloquium, which applies a barrier. What I thought was, okay, so what my job is to apply barriers to people so that the pet has enough time to heal them. I'm like covering for the pet where it falls short. But my primary purpose is not to be like the healer. Like, that's just a side gig. The pet is the one that is actually the healer. But you very quickly realize that that's not exactly how it works. Like, that's not exactly how it works. As you get to higher levels, the pet doesn't get very many healing additions. It doesn't get that much more stuff, and most of the things you get are yours and not your pet's. Which is, weird. Do not put spell speed on Dark Knight. No. Put that materia away. And that's a good one. Piety on Warrior for increased self-healing. Even if, just while we're on the subject of that, even if Piety increased your healing done, people would still view it as a terribly bad stat. Because it doesn't increase your damage. Shiro says, according to Kai, mentoring a Sprout healer while playing DPS qualifies as a pet healer. I suppose so. In a way, yeah. In a way. God damn it, does I remember when Celine and Eos were different? I do too. The thing that frustrated me about it was the exact same thing that frustrated me about tank stances. I think I've talked about this multiple times before on stream. And I also have a somewhat recent video on the subject. The reason, like the specific reason why I think it was probably for the best that Eos and Celine got merged into just one skill set is the exact same reason why I think ultimately it was probably for the best that tanks had their DPS stances removed and just made the whole enmity thing passive. By the way, hey Licky, hope you're doing well. The reason is the toolkit that Eos has, or your pet has now, is the Eos toolkit. The only difference between Stormblood Eos and Endwalker Eos is that in Stormblood, this was 2 actions. One of them increased healing magic potency by 20%, and the other one increased your magic damage defense by 20%. Also nice gear, you know? You could use both. And given that your pet was an entity with a health bar that could have its own buffs, Fey Illumination also worked on Eos. But the other change was that Embrace had a cast time. Wow. You really splurged. You know, you could have had bigger spell speed materia than that. But yeah, Eos used to be affected by its own Fey Illumination. Which it doesn't anymore. Hey James, hope you're doing well. So, what Eos was to be used for was that it was like the healer pet, like the specifically for healing pet. And remember, in Stormblood, you didn't have Fey Blessing. You had, like, your pet had Whispering Dawn, but that was Eos. Specifically, Eos had Whispering Dawn. Celine didn't have it. So if you didn't use Eos, your AoE healing options were Succor and Indomitability. That's it. Sacred Soil didn't heal. So that, like, you just had that. That's not a lot. So that means that if you chose Celine, then you were heavily banking on your co-healer, if you had one, carrying the slack, right? Making the difference in your lack of AoE healing, because you didn't have very much. Now, what Celine brought to the table was that she had an interrupt for some reason. And she had an AoE Isuna, as Zephyr says, which is either completely useless or insanely overpowered, and never anywhere in between. Like, it's either too good or too bad, right? And finally, Celine had a raid buff that reduced your GCD by 3%. For 30 seconds on a 1-minute cooldown. So 50% uptime on just free 3% GCD reduction. Raid wide. Back then, we weren't as pedantic or focused on having like the perfect GCD, because there wasn't as much focus on specifically the 2-minute burst. There were burst phases, but it wasn't specifically there. And things were a little bit more random at times. So this was... It wasn't like viewed as a great DPS boost, but it's technically a DPS gain, right? Like, it's technically better than nothing. So you had the choice between the pet that made you better at healing, or the pet that was like the toolbox, except it had a raid buff. It had a raid DPS buff. Why is that a problem? Well, Are you dying of cringe again, Manatee? You're dying of cringe again, Watcher. It has watched too much. Why is that a problem? You go in for your Savage Raid proc in Party Finder. You're the scholar in the party. Your co-healer is, I don't know, a white mage or astrologian, doesn't really matter. So you summon Eos, because you don't know if your co-healer can carry on the AoE healing. You just want to see, like, maybe you need the healing. You can always switch to Selene later when you know that you're safe, right? Makes sense, surely. There's this sweaty tryhard DPS in your group immediately complaining that you're not using the one that maximizes their damage. There are also maybe it's like a black mage or something that is simultaneously complaining that the summoner isn't using Garuda because Garuda came with a magic-specific version of Mug. Like, that just increased magic damage taken by the target. Is this black mage, like, it's a black mage just hypothetically as an example, because it would be a mage, right? It would benefit from both. Just mad that the summoner isn't using Garuda because it would benefit the black mage specifically, and they're mad at the scholar that isn't using Selene because it would benefit the black mage specifically. And you're just sitting there like, I mean, I need my healing. Wouldn't you rather prefer to be alive? And the thing is, the black mage probably deep down would prefer to be alive, but that's your problem. The black mage's problem is that you're not using Selene. You'll figure out how to heal them and keep them alive without Eos, surely. It's not exactly the same problem as the tank DPS stance problem for tanks. Summon Selene and then blame black mage with viping. Yeah, see, that's smart, but you can see how just the existence of an option where you have to choose between raid buff or not raid buff puts someone in a little bit of an awkward dilemma where they have to choose. A similar thing happened with the DPS and tank stance thing, in that someone who has seen, static raiding footage and has seen that tanks use their damage stance for the majority of the fight will complain that the tank isn't maximizing their damage because they're using their tank stance. That's one problem. The other problem is because your damage stance locks off certain tools, it means that if you're not good enough to access your DPS stance, then you're it's basically like the game saying you don't deserve to have Fell Cleave because you're too bad at the game. You don't deserve to have Blood Weapon because you're not good enough for Blood Weapon. That doesn't feel great. So the easiest way was to just take it all and just get rid of it. Case in point, why energy drain is also a bad idea. I also, just while we're on the subject of that, like he says, use stack things for damage or you're trolling. Since when did not maximizing your damage equate to trolling? Last I checked, like if someone actually said use energy drain, like use ether flow on energy drain or you're trolling, I would be like, no, I'll show you what trolling is, and then I would like switch to blue mage and just yeet them off the arena. That's trolling. Like, I feel like people forget what trolling is sometimes. Like, their bar has been weirdly low. You're not playing perfectly, hence you're trolling. A decade ago, trolling was intentionally playing badly. Or being, like, intentionally playing exceptionally weirdly and stuff like that. The Gazel says energy drain is good, not able to dump with Sage is dumb. So the reason why energy drain is bad game design, like bad design for a healer in my opinion, and I've talked about this before, is you have a resource that is intended for healing, I can't use it on anything because there's nothing to heal. Good. Like if you're a paladin and you're not taking any damage or any meaningful damage, then you might sit on 100 oath gauge, right? That can happen. You might sit on bloodwetting for a really long time just so you have it when you really need it. You might sit on some Etherflow stacks for a really long time in case you need it. Same argument. Why is it a problem because it's Etherflow? It's like, that's the thing. Why is it a problem because it's Etherflow? The reason why energy drain is a dumping action is the same reason why energy drain is bad. Hey 11, hope you're doing well. Chaotic evil guy, let's yeet my team off the arena. The reason why it is a problem is because you can use your resource on damage. The damage dealing bottleneck suggests that if something can be spent on attacking, then that is its default functionality. That is what you're supposed to use it on. And doing anything else is, as Licky put it, trolling. That is basically it. That is the reason why energy drain is bad. Let me put it like this. Would it be good if Warrior got an action that shared cooldown with Bloodwetting that just did like, I don't know, like 400 potency as an OGCD on a 25-second cooldown? Would that be good? I don't think it would be, because the argument for doing that is now you can spend your bloodwetting on damage if you don't need it for defense, right? That's the argument, right, Matthew? That's the argument why it would be good to be able to spend bloodwetting's cooldown on something else. The problem is that the dumping tool, which would be this 400 potency attack, its purpose, its intended purpose, would be, well, if you don't need the defensive cooldown, you could spend it on this instead. But the actual reality of the situation is that people would not view it like that. They would be like, you use it on damage, and if you need the deep defensive cooldown, there's a problem. Somewhere there's a problem. A pretty good example of this is, I think it was, and the reason why we go back to World of Warcraft again is because World of Warcraft has obviously already explored all these avenues. I think it was in Cataclysm that Warrior was changed, Warrior tanks specifically were changed, well, actually all warriors were changed, such that they had rage generators in addition to their auto attacks. And then they also had rage spenders, but a specific spender they also had was before Cataclysm. They had Heroic Strike, which just caused some rage, and then made their next auto attack do slightly more damage, which is okay. They reworked Heroic Strike to just be like an instant attack that did damage. Like, it was just a way to like just get rid of rage. Like, it was literally energy drain, right? For DPS warriors, this just meant you could use that to like burst if you wanted to. For protection warriors, you could use your rage on things like shield block, which was a defensive cooldown, akin to like bloodwetting and such. That made you, it was like bulwark, in fact. Or you could use it on Heroic Strike. The only reason why Heroic Strike typically wasn't the prevailing option was because Heroic Strike did so incredibly pathetic amounts of damage that even if it was a DPS gain, it cost so absurdly massive amounts of defense options that it wasn't worth it most of the time. Like, listen, if it's about having a dumping option, then let's make Energy Drain 1 potency. Still technically a way to dump your resource, but no, I don't think 1 potency is worth it. Like, the thing is, it's not about that. It's about having an option to, like, choose to attack with it if you don't need to heal with it. And the reason why I keep using other jobs as examples is because there is a pretty large selection of other jobs that have defensive tools that you can use on defense or nothing. If you don't need it, then you don't use it. It's pretty simple. Like, it's pretty simple. You just don't use it if you don't need it. And the only reason why Sage gets put in the spotlight on this is because Sage's resource is... It's basically Etherflow, right? It's basically modernized Etherflow. It does the same thing. The only thing that Aderskull doesn't have is Energy Drain. And there's a reason for that. It's because Energy Drain is dumb. Like, that's the reason. That is ultimately the reason. Is because Energy Drain is dumb. Lakey says it would become a healer issue instead. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See, Gansel says the other day when I was healing Kai, I had to keep using the Ryokoli when everyone at full. Yes, that happens. If you were a white mage, what would you have done then? You would have just used Aflato's Rapture on everyone with full HP. If you were an astrologian, would have just gone, finally I can just play with my cards. The only reason why White Mage doesn't get in the spotlight is because using your resource has a damage-related side effect when you get to use the Blood Lily. But technically, you don't have a dumping option if you don't need the healing. But the only reason why people don't care about that on White Mage is not necessarily because, like, it's just because that there is a damage payoff, I think, and because it isn't Sage. Like, Sage's resource is so obviously just Etherflow that people are having a hard time not seeing Etherflow when they look at Aderskull. Azul says it wouldn't work on Scholar since they can press Etherflow on cooldown without the need of spending the resource. Correct. And the problem is that you just have resources you didn't need. But you need the MP from Etherflow. Like, that is the problem, right? The problem with Etherflow is that to get the MP you need, you have to press Etherflow on cooldown. You have to. But you might not need to use the Etherflow that you get from that. And that's what causes it to be weird. But let's say Energy Drain didn't do damage. What would be a reasonable dumping option for your Etherflow? What should it do instead? Because the thing that makes Energy Drain dumb is that it does damage. In the same way that I said, if you made a way to spend Bloodwetting on doing damage, it would completely invalidate Bloodwetting and cause problems for Warrior defensively, because you could trade your defense for offense. That's why it would be dumb. Which is why I'm saying Energy Drain is a dumb dumping option because it does damage. Gazel says perhaps boost your healing ability in a certain amount of time. But didn't you just say that the problem is that you didn't need to heal anyone? So wouldn't that be even more meaningless? I don't need to heal anyone, so I'm just going to boost my healing for like 20 seconds or something. Energy Drain spends 1 Etherflow to charge 1 Etherflow. Yeah, exactly, Licky. That is also a very good example of why, when Scholar was handed back Energy Drain and Shadowbringers, they then shot themselves in the foot, because then Endwalker came around, and Sage's filler attack has to do significantly more damage than Scholar's, both because of Chain Stratagem, but also because Energy Drain exists. You might have to heal after the cooldown of Etherflow. That's true. Like, I think an interesting thing with Scholar is that so let me start with something here. Sage can spend its Adderskull on healing. It can heal up front. The only thing that isn't like upfront healing you can spend it on is Kerakoli, which you can use in advance if you want to. Like, if you're about to cap on Adderskull, the best option to just spend Adderskull like optimally would be Kerakoli if you don't need it in the next 30 seconds, because maybe someone will need healing in 15 seconds. Like, you're basically converting this resource you didn't need into like some extra healing that isn't like just wasted. Whereas if you just use Triokoli, you just go and that heals someone that is already at full health, so it didn't do anything. Scholar has Excogitation, which allows the Scholar to go, well, I don't need this, but maybe I'll need it in 45 seconds, and just place it on someone. If Scholar had a spammable version of this, like that was weaker to compensate, of course, but just had a spammable version of this, so that they could just go, well, I don't need these, then that might be a solution. Then you could just dump your Etherflow that way. They could also make a mechanic where when you use Etherflow and you had excess Etherflow, something happens. Like, maybe it, like, for each stack of each Etherflow you had left, when you like replace those that you had, it applies like some sort of effect. But like, yeah, I can see the benefit Gazel suggests in allowing you to like dump your Etherflow on doing something later down the line. Like, I can see the benefit in that. And also, yeah, Jacob, using the lilies as movement options is pretty good. Shiro says, I like the gameplay loop around you get extra damage if you don't need the Etherflow stacks, but that if someone needs healing and you don't have Etherflow, it's a massive potency loss. It is an interesting aspect. I'm not saying that this gameplay loop isn't interesting. What I'm saying is that the aggressive optimization nature of the player base at large can't handle that kind of power, if that makes sense. There's a reason why when you do this and then play a card, you don't get a sign because you're not in combat. Because if you did, the Astrologian opener would be 2 minutes long, because you'd have to play 3 cards and draw one and wait for your cooldown. There's a reason why apparently Inner Release shares cooldown withdraw. How random. There's a reason Infuriate can't be used outside of combat, because there was a time when you could, and that led to an extremely long opener. To abuse that fact, people couldn't handle that power. You can see it reflected in Manification. Just as another example, you can see it on Etherflow. And the reason is not that, oh, the players can't handle it. The thing is, what the players do is that they'll just figure out the most optimal way to use it and then do that. The problem is that a significant amount of players will do that and then complain that it's not fun to do that. So the developers have to like make sure that some degenerate strategy isn't optimal or isn't allowed. And energy drain as a concept, where it has this idea where, oh well, if you didn't need the resource, you can like trade it in for a little bit of damage, is really good on paper. It's just that for some reason, the way that players view it once they get to like the smallest amount of optimization is, oh, no, it's a damage resource that, like, if you're bad, you can use on healing. Yes, that's how it works. Just like how if Bloodwetting could be spent on damage, it would be a damage cooldown that has an option to be spent on defense if you're bad. Just like how the tank stance was the training wheels if you were bad. Even though actually managing your enmity was actually a problem for your party and not the tank alone. So, nice one. That's really the problem. That is why you can't. That's why you can't have a defensive resource that can be traded for offense, because for some reason we can't handle that in a in a reasonable way. And also true, Matthew, a chain stratagem is worth way, way, way more than energy drain. It's more the concept of it being like this. Is there a reasonable chance that if we didn't have energy drain, Broil might do 10 more potency? Might even do 15 more potency. Exactly. No gain, only loss. There's no such thing as a DPS gain. There is only doing less than maximum. Like, sometimes I can see the merit in viewing something that isn't optimized in a particularly bad light, but for the most part it is just excessive. Like, as I said, because I made a video a while ago where I was complaining that well, I don't know if I was complaining, but I was explaining that tenacity sucks. I just want to highlight, and I think I said that in the video as well, that tenacity is one of my favorite stats in Final Fantasy XIV, because it actually does something more than increase your damage number. But it really sucks. Like, it really sucks. Like, wow, it's bad. Which makes it even sadder, because pretty much every single video I've made that talks about the weaknesses of tenacity, someone comes into the comments, sometimes multiple people come into the comments to jumping to the defense of tenacity. And the problem is, the argument they bring forward is the same argument that I tried. Oh, well, if you have tenacity, you take less damage, you might need to use less cooldowns. The game is designed to not require more cooldowns than you have, so that isn't a meaningful benefit. And you don't need to take less damage, because the game is balanced around you taking a set amount of damage. Just get a gear upgrade, that'll give you more defense than tenacity ever will. Like, that's the saddest part about tenacity, is that it's just not scaling well enough. And if it did scale well enough to actually be impactful, it would probably be better than determination. If I'm not 100% optimal, I kill everyone and wipe the raid. And Cat Damon says, the Scholar thinks X-Cog is a DPS loss, while the White Mage has to cast Cure 2 to keep the tank alive. That sounds about right. Gazel says, on that subject, shouldn't TBN be a slight gain when used correctly so that people are more encouraged to use it? It technically is. TBN is actually a DPS gain in the same sort of universe that Energy Drain is. Which might sound a little strange. The way that TBN can be a damage gain is, in the 2-minute burst, a Dark Knight can bring around 9,000 MP, which is worth 1,380 potency. They also bring Blood Weapon, which is an additional 3,000 MP, so that's an additional 460 potency. And then, let's say that just before the burst, or shortly before the burst, you use TBN, the shield broke, so now you have Dark Arts, and 9,000 MP, and Blood Weapon, so you get an additional 460 potency into your burst. Now, that doesn't mean that TBN resulted in an additional 460 potency. I mean, it could. Let's say that the White Mage would have had to cast Cure 2 on the Dark Knight if they hadn't blocked the damage. Unlikely, but then it could have been worth around 310 healer potency, but you know what I mean. Those 460 potency then get to benefit from raid buffs, and those raid buffs, depending on what jobs you brought, could amount to 40% more damage. Up to 40%, approximately. Which means that using TBN in this specific super optimized way could be around 200 potency gain. But it's so specific, and honestly, I think it would be good. I think actually that is a really good point, Gazel. I think Gazel puts up a really good point. Shouldn't the tank be rewarded in some tangible way for choosing to use their defensive resource for defense rather than offense? What if TBN giving you Dark Arts, what if the Dark Arts buff, on top of doing what it already does, which just makes your next Edge of Shadow free, it also increased the damage of your Edge of Shadow or Flood of Shadow when you used it with Dark Arts? Just like increased by some potency, or like changed the potency in some way, like did something. They could also make it so that it healed you or something, given how Dark Knight is a little lacking on self-healing options. But if you made it so that TBN rewarded you for using it well, then you would have even more reason to use TBN over Edge of Shadow. Now that would make it harder to enter rating on that job, so we can't have that. Oh yeah, that is true, because if they did that, then the average performance of the Dark Knight would have to be balanced around you doing that. That is true. Here says, this isn't like Monster Hunter World, where Guard Up was a DPS skill for lands because it let them recover from their counterattacks faster. Are you thinking of Guard or Guard Up? Because those are two different things. Guard Up being the one that allowed you to block things that weren't blockable otherwise. Or did you mean both? Yeah, that is actually also a very good counterpoint from Licky, that you give a job a complicated way to access additional damage, and the job has to be balanced around it. No, Shiro. Guard Up. Well, Guard Up allowed you to block damage or block attacks that couldn't be blocked normally, like laser beams and stuff. Guard, just like the specific thing Guard did was it both reduced the amount of damage you took and the amount of force you took when blocking. So you needed like Guard 5 and then also Guard Up to be able to block like Shara Ishvalda's air laser beam, although you would still take like 50% of your HP in damage doing so. But you could. Yeah. Jiro says, wait, that's it. We Dark Artify Energy Drain. It puts a shield on your target that damages the attacker if it breaks. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, the problem with all these things is that it's always, if something does damage, then that's its primary purpose. unfortunately. Now, wild. Are you okay, Watcher? No. Oh, Shiro, that's also not what it did. In Rise, Guard Up first enables you to block things that are unblockable otherwise, and then reduces the damage of these unblockable attacks if you stack it more. Watch your Eggy. Just pull it out of a book. I'm like 90% sure about that with Guard Up Rise. Yep, allows you to guard against ordinarily unblockable attacks and reduces the damage taken by them. Leaky says, do we still get videos to review? I do, but we're not reviewing videos today. And Leaky, you would also be able to see that if you checked the clip review channel on the Discord. Which I know you can see. Or did you mean something else? Yeah, it's weird with these things, but still, Shiro, you're right in the way that certain weapons in Monster Hunter benefited, or directly benefits from using a defensive skill. Whoops. To boost their uptime. Which is true. And it's the same logic with... here's the thing. One of the most logical arguments for tenacity being good in Final Fantasy XIV is... if your tank having tenacity leads to your healer having to cast less healing spells, then having tenacity leads to your healer getting more DPS, which means that tenacity leads to more total damage done. Indirectly. Sound argument, right? Probably makes sense for most of us. If, like, in a vacuum, if we assume that the healer has to cast healing spells, meaning that they would not be able to cast Glare or Holy, for example, to keep the tank alive, but if the tank got more tenacity, the healer would have to cast less healing spells, then the healer would gain additional attacks, which would turn tenacity into an offensive stat in a way, right? But it's not your damage, so you get nothing for it. Only passers will understand. I mean... yeah, but I hadn't actually gotten to the point. Like, that is also a point, but we can probably agree on this argument that you taking less damage means that the healer has to heal you less. Makes perfect sense, I am sure. Now, the problem is... I go into a dungeon as warrior. Why not? And Gazel is my healer. Gazel complains that they have nothing they can spend their healing resources on. The healing resources that they can use alongside their attacks. Meaning, Gazel isn't capable of spending the part that doesn't cost them damage. Like, they can't even reach the part where they have to start using healing spells. Like, they can't even reach that part. I have some tenacity on my tank gear incidentally, but I haven't intentionally gone for it. I just happen to have a little bit. And that is absolutely not the reason why Gazel doesn't need to heal me. So the problem is that the argument that you, as a tank, taking less damage due to tenacity would lead to the healer needing to heal you less, is that healers these days have so many cooldowns and so many resources that unless you, the tank, are playing extremely badly, then the healer didn't need to do that anyway, right? Like, they didn't actually need to heal you with a spell at all, ever. Not once, not a single time did they have to actually heal you with a spell. So you grabbing tenacity, if it's a DPS loss for you, then it is certainly not a DPS gain for the healer. They couldn't care less. They probably didn't even notice that you had tenacity. I just want to repeat while I'm at it Shiro, that the guard up skill in Rise doesn't actually reduce chip damage from blocking, it reduces chip damage from unblockable attacks. Only unblockable attacks. But maybe you already figured that. If I don't have anything to heal, I stand in AoE myself. Gazel says tenacity can't let everyone take less damage, so the healers still have to heal for the raid wide. And see, that is also an additional problem with tenacity. In a dungeon arc, in a dungeon situation, the argument is the tank is taking an absurdly large amount of damage while doing the big AoE pulls. So there's a reasonable argument that the healer probably has to cast healing spells to keep them alive. But they don't. So tenacity doesn't do anything. At least it doesn't help anyone. In a raid, unless the tank is taking like an absolutely unprecedented amount of damage from like a boss mechanic, the tanks usually get by on incidental healing from the healers having to cast a raid-wide heal on everyone else. Right? Boss casts a raid-wide, healer casts Medica 2 or Afflatus Rapture, probably more like, and the warrior and the gunbreaker or the paladin or the dark or whatever receive healing from that, and they can get by with that. They'll be fine because they took less damage from the raid wide. And when the tank takes a tank buster, the healer just goes Tetragrammaton. Problem solved. Ace cog. Bam. No, wait, that's energy drain. Talvrocoli. Ether Pact. Brap. Essential Dignity. Problem solved. Just one. Maybe two. If it's really bad. But the tanks don't need anything extra, and they don't need anything extra, tenacity or not. And that's why tenacity is having a problem. It's simply because for tenacity to be good, the game has to sometimes be unable to know how much damage you can take. And what do I mean by that? Is in Final Fantasy XIV, if you have item level 650 across the board, all your gear 650, then all your tanks, except Warrior, will have X HP. Warrior will have like 20 more, maybe 200 more. Like, that's a minuscule amount more for some reason. But that amount of HP means that the developers can go, well, I know the tank, if they are the correct item level for this particular encounter, which we know because of minimum item level requirements, they can survive this attack that I set to X much damage if they use these cooldowns. But your average player has overcome that minimum item level by the time they enter this encounter, so they will take less damage from it and have more HP, so the tenacity doesn't help. So unless the encounter is designed with, oh, well, if they have 5% tenacity and also this item level and also these cooldowns, they can live it. But even if they did that, the player base will just go, oh, you just need an additional defensive cooldown for that. Because we have so many defensive cooldowns, we can just go, okay, is 20% enough? Nope. Is 40% enough? Nope. Is 50%, like cumulatively stacking cooldowns enough? And just go until it works. And if it's too much, you just go, oh, you have to invuln that one. That's also a good point. Cat Damon, that it gets worse when you remember level sync ignored materia. This actually circles back to a conversation we had earlier today in regards to Fey Illumination, and just saying, Shiro, I'm not saying this to like throw you under the bus. It's a similar situation, and it's an easy to misunderstand detail. The people that, and this is not Shiro saying this, by the way, just following up. The people that often jump to the defense of tenacity tend to recommend using materia to get tenacity when you're leveling, especially because it can help you when you're not as good at the job. Forgetting that when you're leveling, the vast majority of content you will be doing, your gear will not be on par. It will either be vastly understated, like you will be underprepared with bad gear for some points, or you will be severely overprepared, and so you will get synced down, making your materia do nothing. But the thing is, for someone to recommend tenacity in this kind of context, they would have had to possibly do this themselves and not noticed that it didn't work. Right? They would have had to put the tenacity on, assume it works, and just rolled with it, not realizing that it didn't do anything. And the way this circles back to Shiro is that we were talking about Fey Illumination earlier, and I mentioned, as I said near the start of the stream, Fey Illumination does not work on Embrace. It doesn't work on Selene or Eos, or Carbuncle if you use that. It doesn't work. But if you've been using Fey Illumination, like as a cooldown to buff Eos's healing throughout a dungeon, the fact that you never noticed that it didn't work means that you didn't need it. Which is the same conclusion for tenacity. Oh, you should be putting tenacity materia in your gear when you're leveling because it'll help you. Oh, tenacity materia doesn't really work when you're leveling. Oh. So you don't need tenacity. Pretty interesting, that. Licky says maybe you have a video of this, but do you know if it's ever worth using tiny gear with materia instead of 90 gear when heavily downsynced, like minimum item level coils and similar things? Nope, Matthew. Fey Illumination does not work on Embrace. Exactly, 11. It's tenacity placebo, or Fey Illumination placebo. Do you want to see a demonstration, Matthew? Watch how much it heals, okay? Keep close track of how much it heals. It's about 4,900, something like that. Around 4,900. Test your claims live. Welcome to Mythbusters of Final Fantasy XIV. Around 4,900, 5,000, 4,8 to 5, something like that, right? So next I will do it again with Protraction, which notably does work with Embrace, because it increases healing received and doesn't increase healing done. Exactly, like here, like 4.8 to 5.1. So I'll do it again with Protraction, which increases healing by 10%, which means that it should jump to something like 5.2 plus, like at least 5.2. So it should heal for distinctly more. $5,300. $5,500 even. And then the effect ended. So third demonstration, Fey Illumination, of course. Whoops. Can you not crit? Thank you. See, now it's back down to 5,000. And I'm not sure what you're writing now, Licky. Didn't change from the base amount. Are you fully checked out, Licky? What's happening here? My carbuncle is very, very strong. It's a good boy. But yeah, Fey Illumination doesn't actually work on your pet for some reason. I see Fey Illumination increases crit. That would be helpful, maybe. But yeah, it doesn't work. But if you don't know that, then it would be easy to convince yourself to, you know, like, use it for that. Like, if you don't know that Fey Illumination doesn't work on Embrace, then it makes perfect sense to use Fey Illumination on Embrace. It makes perfect sense. It actually makes no sense that Fey Illumination doesn't work on Embrace. And the weirdest part is that, given that what I could find in data from before Shadowbringers, it appears that Fey Illumination used to work on EOS. It used to. But then they made it not a pet, or not an actual living entity. In regards to Licky's question, I don't have a video specifically on this aspect. I do talk about how downscaling works in one of my videos. I think it's my video on Materia, not 100% sure on that. However, I don't specifically talk about whether it's actually worth it when you're going like, when you're going into like, for example, minimum item level coils and stuff like that. However, the way that it does work, we can talk about. So, if you were to go into Final Coil of Bahamut, turn 4, minimum item level. What in the world? 123? Are you serious? How about we say this? 110 in turn 1. What? Why? Does Dissipation work on Embrace? given that Fey Illumination doesn't, even like if you could use Dissipation and also have EOS, it wouldn't work. Because it's not actually about your Fey Illumination. We tested this earlier. It doesn't even have to be your Fey Illumination. It can be someone else's Fey Illumination. It still won't work. There's a reasonable chance the reason it doesn't work is because EOS doesn't actually scale with healing magic potency increases. I don't know. Anyway, let's say item level 110. Can we find something like that? Yes, we can. That's a little bit awkward. This is more like a hypothetical example, just to be clear here. Yeah. What happened there? Strange. This is a good example. Are you expensive? It's fine. Woots Kuras. So, how does downscaling work? So you can see on your gear that if you, like, especially if you try to meld something. Do I have something that can be melded on me right now? Oh, I have this. You can see here that if I try to meld this Woots Kuras, I don't know how to say that word actually, I cannot put any direct hit on it. I can put crit on it. I can put determination, skill, speed, and tenacity on it. I can also put direct hit on it. I could even put piety on it, but why would I do that? Originally, a long time ago, you could actually also see vitality capped out and strength capped out on this piece. If, like, back when there were strength and vitality materia. Because armor was always, like, they came out the box with the amount of primary stat you could have. The reason why it didn't exactly work like that universally was because the right side equipment, you know, the accessories, only came with your rolls stat, which means that tank accessories came with vitality on them, and only vitality. Melee DPS accessories came with only strength on them. But that meant that the strength slot on this tanking gear was completely empty. So you could just, like, grab a crafted ring and just drown it in pentamelded strength materia to just give it strength, right? So technically, while you can't actually see it, this Woots Kuras is basically saying that what it is telling us is that if you were scaled down to item level 110, like if you went into a minimum item level piece of content and whatever you were wearing was significantly higher than that, it would get scaled down to 110 specifically. And this gear would come with the gear that it says it does. So for example, these pants would still have 372 vitality on them. However, like materia melding, it would basically, like, have, you know, the big red number when you're trying to melt more than can actually be on it, and just say 372 vitality out of 41, for example. And only give 41 vitality, because that's how much it could be on that piece in that level range. This might not apply for a healer pair of pants, but this is like an example, as I said. So all of the stats on your gear is brought in, then the item level is just dunked down to the appropriate point, which leads to the available space for stats being reduced to whatever the amount is. And then they take all of your materia and turn them off. Thank you, Rust, and enjoy your day. So let's say, let me use a tank chest piece as a better example, right? If I took this augmented credendum cuirass of fending instead and wore this into Final Coils turn 1, then it would have 41 strength, 41 vitality, 42 crit and 42 determination, because it comes packaged with way more than that, right? It comes packaged with way more than that. But you wouldn't be able to use materia. So how big materia can this Woods Cuirass use? Can it be overmelded? I don't actually remember if it can be overmelded. Did it say that? I can't remember where it says if it can be overmelded. Does anyone remember if there's a specific icon for it? Oh, that is apparently too strong. How about this? We do this. Meld crit. Meld crit. Meld more crit. And I could meld 2 more crit. Under the level requirement, it says advanced melding is forbidden. Oh yeah, thank you. Nice. Thank you, Fisherman. So, as you can see here, I could actually meld 2 more +4 materia in it. I could just, go 2 determination materia, for example. So if I took this Woods Cuirass into Final Coils turn 1, then I would be able to have 41 strength, 41 vitality, 42 directed, 41 crit, and like 8 determination. I could have that, or I could just go in with a chest piece that has 42 directed and 42 crit. Like, 42 crit, 42 determination, just out the box. So in that particular example, because you can find a chest piece that matches the item level allowed exactly, and it just so happens to have reasonably good materia in its level range, this Woods Cuirass would probably be better than like this augmented credendum cuirass of fending, simply because you could grab like 7 additional stat points. That is of course assuming that you want crit directed. You probably do, but still, question needs to be asked, right? The times where this can get more complicated and more confusing is if you can find a full gear set like this, then you would be able to like pentameld it. Like the thing is, the key thing, as you can see, when the like the deal breaker here, the thing that makes the Woods Cuirass better is after the 3rd materia. So you need to be able to overmeld it in this particular case for this to matter. Otherwise, it would probably be better to just have a proper chest piece at higher item level so that you get both stats maxed out. Because you need 3 materia at level 50 just to make it even. So you'd need 5 to make it better. This becomes even more interesting with like hats, gloves, boots, accessories, because they have less stat totals on them. Like, as you can see, these gloves have like over a third less stats than the chest piece. at least on certain stats, right? On certain... Oh, sorry, wrong job. Let me try again. There. It's not augmented. That would be unfair. I have augmented. I have these augmented. Like close to a third, at least, less vitality than the chest piece. And the thing is, this would translate down to item level 110 as well. The difference would be that because its stat limits are lower, these boots would just have less crit and determination at level 50. But you would still have, like if you got the equivalent Woods boots or whatever they're called. Woods boots is an excellent choice, by the way. The S in boots should also be replaced with a Z. Otherwise, that's a missed opportunity. They would probably only need like 1 or 2 materia to break even, and then you would have even more stat real estate to work with. Exactly, Silvermint. And this is actually the thing that gives rise to why like Shadowbringer's relic weapons are so good for Stormblood ultimates. Because this isn't optimized for that. This axe is actually optimized for, let me see my notes. This axe is optimized to max out crit and then have as much determination and tenacity as possible, and that applies to be better than the crafted axe I have here. At the very least, possibly better than this as well, at the very least until Armorot. Until Armorot. So like a level 80 dungeon, this is better. It was a pretty quick estimate, but you get the idea that the fact that you can choose which stats you have means that you can just manually control that you cap out the stats that matter to you and just avoid wasting anything. That's what makes relic weapons so insanely good. Whose boots? Woods boots. Yeah, that is kind of how it works. That is also why you sometimes see in like ultimate gear guides, they're like, oh yeah, you need this random piece from this random dungeon, because if the stats are just right and it is like a hat or a pair of gloves or something, then maybe those 2 materia will just barely be worth more than downscaled gloves. Barely. Shiro says dissipation only affects the scholar, and even if it didn't, embrace is treated like healing ability, not magic. No, we didn't figure that out, Shiro. What we figured out, and I actually said that like 3 times on Discord, is that there is a possibility that that embrace is treated like an ability and not a spell, but we can't prove that. Because first of all, there is, if there existed like a healing boosting buff that increased only ability healing, then we could test it. And Licky, what we're concluding here, what we're discussing here, is that there is a possibility that Embrace is wrongly labeled as a spell. Like, the possible reasons why Fey Illumination doesn't work on your pet can be 1, it is specifically programmed to not work. 2, it is an ability, the tooltip is wrong. 3, the game doesn't track healing magic potency on pets for some reason. Or all raid buffs on pets are like listed. Like all the pets are like, do you have do you have technical finish on you? Do you have battle litany on you? Do you have this and that? And then just adds buffs to themselves appropriately. Like maybe they're hard coded to function. Who knows with the spaghetti code of this game, right? This is a possibility. There's an ignore list. Like there's a lot of possibilities, but ultimately we can't know for sure why Fae Illumination doesn't work without seeing the code. But if we had a buff that increased ability healing without increasing magic healing, then we would be able to test this, possibly. You escaped again, Watcher. Do you really want to leave that badly? He's very, very tired. He doesn't actually get that much camera time normally. He's just jumping for cover. Imagine tanks or healers having direct hit on their gear substats. Those are ancient times. You see, the reason why, by the way, this is also like a little interesting history lessons. Wow. An interesting little history lesson in Final Fantasy XIV is back in the day, there was a stat that affected your hit chance. One of the most fun kinds of stats in an MMO, right? Like these kinds of, if you don't have enough, it sucks. If you have more than enough, then any more is useless. Those are awesome stats, right? With Stormblood, they deleted this. But they didn't, you know, just delete the stat. They replaced it with something else. That something else was directed. So all gear that had hit chance on it just got directed instead, as far as I know. So every time you see a tank or healer piece with directed on it, it's because it used to have hit chance on it. Or hit rating, you could say, and it just got replaced. And because directed is like a DPS-centric stat, they don't make gear with directed on it for tanks or healers anymore, because directed is very, very pointless, logically, for a tank or a healer, because it doesn't help with their primary directive of surviving damage and healing. It specifically doesn't do that. That is exactly what it doesn't do. Also, I hope things blow over well, HK. Yeah, the thing with this Fae Illumination thing is that it makes no sense that it doesn't work. Like, based on what we know about game mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV, it should work. Like, it should work, but there is something we can't see. And it is very possible that it is pet jank. Just keep in mind that basically every time you hear someone say, that is a pet, like if anything that a player can use is considered a pet, it means that it is an entity, but it might not have a health bar or even be targetable by enemies. But it has its own stat line and scaling, and it scales with the stats that you have in some way. Like, if you've ever heard people talk about pet potency, where it's like, oh yeah, they do like a 1/6 less healing or damage than a player, that's like an estimate, because the reality of the situation is that Living Shadow has human stats. Like, it has your stat line, but its base stats are as if it was a Hue. For no particular reason. And even if, like, that is just one thing, then it also scales differently with strength than you do, leading to this specific, like, loss of around 1/6. And then, on top of that, you grab on top of all this, you then discover that because the pets don't really exist, they can't have buffs. So how do they benefit from buffs if they can't have buffs? That means that they have to somehow look at your character and go, oh, well, you have damage buffs, so your pet also does more damage. But allegedly, I have not actually tested this, and it's a little more complicated to test. I'd have to figure that one out later. Single target buffs, like Dancer's Standard Finish, or Devilment, or Dragoon's Dragon Sight, don't actually get shared with your pet. So somehow, your pet is looking at your status and going, I can have that, 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 and that, not that, and just picking and choosing which things it scales with, which suggests that either each buff has a label saying raid buff, personal buff, or whatever, or maybe the pet has like a list where it just goes, alright, do you have technical finish? Really weird. And we can't know for sure which one it is. If it's working correctly, then we can't tell the difference. But that's why the possibilities with the fairy is that maybe it doesn't scale with healing magic potency. Maybe it cannot see healing magic potency increases. Like, maybe it doesn't have such a modifier, so it just can't do that. Maybe it only scales with, like, universal healing bonuses. And of which there are not really any unless it's healing received, right? And... wait. Actually... that is a really weird tooltip. Increases HP recovery via... so does that mean received or given? Someone wanna participate in a test? I need a healer. Not potions. Spam physic on me. Just spam physic on me. We are not going to be in a party because I need to see what, like, if it does something for me. 12.8, 13.3. Not 20k for crit. It is healing received. Alright, well, that makes that action incredibly boring. And that is also healing received. Well, for a moment there, I thought we had a little bit of a breakthrough. Thank you, Gazel. Ha! Leggy says, warriors through the battle also makes healers heal you more. Yes, that makes sense. That's what the tooltip says. Right. That makes sense. I don't know why this confused me, because it's worded in the exact same way. Thank you, that is a good point. But this is actually also very interesting while we're at it, because something that people semi-regularly bring up is, oh yeah, if you increase your healing received, then you also receive more healing from potions. But potions are not actions, and all things that increase all healing received, like all buffs, say actions, and potions are not actions. But even if they were actions, they are percentage based, and percentage based healing is unaffected by healing bonuses. Which we can also test. Anyone has a sage that can use crassus on me? This is a percentage-based healing. Still healed for exactly 10% of my HP. Ah, that removes the buff. I was just hoping I could also do Benediction. Is Benediction a percentage-based heal? Yes. Can I have an additional crisis? Exactly 100% of my HP, despite having a 20% healing bonus. It doesn't even overheal, it's exactly 100%. The action is smashing the potion flask on top of your head. It is quite funny that they just normalize all item usages to just... if you're in combat. You can't buff gravity magic? What? But yeah, pet actions are weird. Or, well, pets are weird, as I was saying. Which is why the only way we would be able to, actually test the hypothesis that Embrace is wrongly labeled as a spell, it's actually an ability, which would be a possible explanation for the weird interaction with Fey Illumination, is if there existed a buff that increased healing received from abilities, and only abilities. The reason why it has to be healing received by abilities is because if we had like a buff that increased healing done by abilities and it didn't work, then it is equally possible that your fairy doesn't get the buff. Just as it is possible that it isn't an ability. Like, it is equally possible. Like, we need specifically an action that increases healing received by abilities, because then we can just heal the person who receives additional healing from abilities and say, oh, it works, or oh, it doesn't work. But there is no such thing as a buff, not to my knowledge, but I would love to hear about it if there is one. There does not exist a buff you can apply to someone that increases healing received from spells. Every single one that we have in this category increase healing by actions. The ones that increase healing magic potency increase healing done and not received. Licky says, do buffs show in party list on the fairy like they do in Summoner's Carbuncle? What? I've never noticed that. So, I'm just gonna stop right here and tell you Fey illumination actually doesn't include self. Well, would you look at that? Doesn't receive the buff. Well, now we know that answer. I never noticed that. I never realized that because I never look at it like that. So it didn't even, I thought like for some reason in my brain it was just blacked out, like it didn't have any buffs. That's incredible. Sanadu says you can buff the fairy but only externally, not by the scholar's own actions. I just want to let you know that the Fey illumination that was used was not my Fey illumination. Gazel's Fey illumination failed to connect with Carbuncle. So it doesn't even have to be yours, it just doesn't work. Weird. So is that why Dragonsight doesn't buff Summoner's Pet? Well... it's complicated. It's very complicated and very weird. And what I mean by that is that Earthly Star is a pet. So we're never entirely sure on what does and doesn't qualify. But that would probably explain... Amethyst says, as far as I know, it can't receive Dragon Sight because that affects damage done, and cannot receive Fey Illumination because it has no HP to restore. What do you mean by that? Fey Illumination doesn't increase healing received. It increases healing done. So that is actually not significant that it has no HP to restore. It doesn't heal. And it increases healing done. So that argument doesn't work. That argument doesn't work, Amethyst Phoenix. Yep, Earthly Star is a pet. For some reason. The way this matters is that, one, it means that it does less damage than it says it does. And two, it means that it scales real time with your damage buffs, which means you have to actually make sure that you pop it manually if your divination is going to run out first. It's very strange. But this is the exact reason why it makes no sense that the Carbuncle can't actually receive Fey Illumination, but the fact that it doesn't even receive it actually explains a lot. HK says, sometimes I wonder how people find out things like Earthly Star and the pet thing. I do wonder a little bit about that as well, but I'm guessing that a lot of it is data mining. Because the way that we know this... Notably, this data is slightly outdated, so it might have changed, but we can see here on Arc Morning, we can see here that, for example, Living Shadow receives the racial stats of a Midlander regardless of the Dark Knight's race. Like Bunshin, it uses 100 strength modifier instead of 105, which is what players use for reasons. Its attacks are always 300 potency, unlike the Dark Knight. It is unaffected by tank mastery, so it uses non-tank if attack. And if you don't know what that means that 300 Living Shadow potency is actually 300 potency, whereas 300 tank potency is actually 20% less than that. See, that's a funny little story here, which we also discovered not too long, like I discovered not too long ago. Tank mastery doesn't say this, but it actually reduces damage taken by 20% and also reduces damage done by 20%. You thought you could escape the tank stance. They just melded it into your body. You can't escape the tank stance. You must have the tank stance. Before, you could choose to opt out and use a damage stance. Now, you just have it built in. You just do 20% less damage. So, 500 tank, 500 DPS or healer potency is actually 500 tank potency is actually the same as around 400 DPS or healer potency. Just about. But yeah, that actually means that there's a genuine possibility that Living Shadow does more damage than the tank. There's a possibility. I'm not saying that it's actually like that. Because it doesn't do 20% less damage. Earthly Star receives the same racial bonus the Astrologian receives, like Bunchen. Again, Bunchen is a pet. They use a 100 mind modifier instead of 115 mind modifier, which apparently Astrologians use. They do receive the damage bonus from the Magic and Mend trait. They receive a hidden 4% extra bonus trait. Like, these people figured out in such detail that they know that Earthly Star scales in this specific way and also get these buffs and also has some unexplained 4% damage bonus from somewhere that they can't determine. Like, so this is probably data mined, right? Apparently, Scholar Pets also has like a times 2.2 out of like 2/3 multiplier from somewhere. Weird. I didn't notice that. But yeah, Watcher. It's very weird. Exactly. Math. Yeah, there's not a really good explanation for why our pet here cannot receive Fey Illumination. It makes sense that it doesn't receive Whispering Dawn because it doesn't have any HP to receive, right? That makes sense. But here's the thing. Part of the reason why it also makes sense is because Fey Illumination itself doesn't actually say that it self-receives it. It doesn't actually say self. And actually, that could also partly explain why Searing Light works differently, because you're the one casting it. Do we know whether Carbuncle received Searing Light in that short time frame where it was the one casting it? Let's see here. It did. Look at me. Demonstrating, and see right here that Carbuncle itself actually received the buff from its own Searing Light. What, you can't stand the information anymore? I'm so bored! And apparently it worked back then. But it makes sense because it says increases damage dealt by self and nearby party members. But it's really, really odd. It's just really odd. Because Radiant Aegis also says self. But it actually says creates a barrier around you. Which also makes no sense. But all of Scholar's pet actions that hit multiple people specifically, explicitly do not say self. Say restores the HP of all nearby party members. Increases healing magic potency of all nearby party members. Gradually restores the HP of all nearby party members. Weird. Maybe instead of making it so that it specifically casts it on everyone else, it's just excluded from potential targets from Fey Illumination, which has the weird, unexpected side effect that it can't even receive the Fey Illumination from someone else. That could be. What an interesting holiday special, huh? Also known as Fey Illumination. What is it really like? Can I have a party invite? Sure. What do you want? Nope. Kraken says, fairies invisible to each other too? Shocked. I'm shocked. It's really strange. Oh yeah, right. Illumination during holiday. That is actually a good point. Passage of Arms works. Right, I was the one with the Kabi. Doesn't receive expedient. I would imagine that things that heal it or gives it barriers will just not work. That's my best guess at this point, is that because it seems like it's specifically ignoring anything that tries to heal it. Anything that can heal and that would be able to heal something, it ignores. Oh, you're trying to give me collective unconscious? Well, it can heal, so I just ignore that. You try to give me sacred soil? Can't do that. It would heal me. Try to give me a barrier, that doesn't work, you can't heal me. You give it passage of arms. That technically doesn't heal me, so I guess that's fine. But then you also, you might see some other defensive cooldowns. I don't know, did Heart of Light or Dark Missionary work? Dark Missionary doesn't work. So it seems to like randomly pick and choose what works or doesn't work. How's Paladin's Passage of Arms worded? It says party members. Weird. Really weird. Thank you, Chester. We appreciate that. And that's my best guess, is that maybe the icons are just not visible and every buff works. Some of the buffs are visible, so that's why we can conclude that some of them work. I mean, Shiro, that, like, interesting theory, but Passage of Arms works. Oh, you mean it blocks healing potential buffs from being applied. Well, as we talked about earlier, there are very few healing done increasing buffs in the game. Just flat out, there's not that many. You're right, Shiro. I thought you meant damage reduction also. There are very few buffs in Final Fantasy XIV that players can apply that increases healing done by others. There are so few, in fact, that the ones we have that increase healing done by yourself is like Neutral Sect, Temperance, and Fey Illumination. Pretty much all other types of healing in this regard increases healing received by the target. Because raid buffs that increase crit also increases healing crit. That is true, but that is still not increasing healing done specifically. Like, it's not directly interacting with healing done. How does Mantra interact with that? Mantra increases healing received. Just like Krasis. Or Protraction. Or Nature's Min. Or Thrill of Battle. Which means that the reason why it would work for Embrace is because it just increases the healing at the destination. Like, Celine, Eos, Carbuncle heals for 3000, reaches the destination and gets increased by the buff itself at the destination. Whereas there are like 3 buffs in Final Fantasy XIV that we can apply that increases healing done, and incidentally, a weird quirk all 3 have in common is that they increase healing magic potency and not all healing done. For some reason. We are entering a very deep rabbit hole, absolutely. Fey Illumination is weird. Nope. That is it, Licky. I was sitting there pondering it earlier today as well. I was like, that's it? There are no others. Sage doesn't even have one. They have like multiple ways of increasing all healing done, but they don't have anything from magic specifically, which is probably for the best because Scholar doesn't have very many uses for it in the first place, so why would they care? And Seraphic Illumination does the exact same thing as Fey Illumination. And doesn't even stack with Fey Illumination, so... So strange. But that's the problem, is that it makes logical sense Gazel says I just tested the Seraph one. Do we have an additional scholar that can use Seraphic Illumination? I'm pretty sure it doesn't work on a different fairy. Oh, it's already ready again. If you just use Seraphic Veil, or Seraphic Illumination. Okay. What I was curious about was maybe it would work because it's a newer buff. Maybe there was like, maybe it's something coding related. It makes, so the reason why it is a problem in terms of testing that Fey Illumination is the only one that could possibly be applied to the fairy itself is that Fey Illumination itself has a specific restriction to the user. Like, Fey Illumination explicitly does not cast itself on the user. It says so. Because it doesn't say itself. I mean, 11, we don't exactly need a lore explanation. It's more a mechanical problem here. The reason why it becomes a mechanical problem is Fey Illumination says that it doesn't, like, it literally does not include the self part of nearly all raid buffs you can find in Final Fantasy XIV, if not every single one after they made Battle Voice hit yourself. Will say increases blah 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 of yourself or self and all nearby party members by blah 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 blah. Like, creates a barrier around self and all nearby party members. Gradually restores own HP and the HP of all nearby party members, meaning that it is very important that you yourself is included in the tooltip, which means that if it doesn't actually include that, if it doesn't actually include self, then it explicitly means that self does not benefit. And Fey Illumination doesn't actually include self, so it makes perfect sense that your pet doesn't receive the buff when you cast it, because it isn't included. The thing that makes it weird is if a different fairy applies the buff, then your pet still doesn't get it. But the tooltip description says nearby party members, which normally includes pets, such as your fairy. Which is why we could see Battle Litany work, like 10 minutes ago. So, my only possible conclusion on this is that maybe Fey Illumination just is designed to not hit pets. Which could be considered a bug. But also incredibly specific. Like, extremely specific. Because the only time where this is a problem is if you have two scholars. Otherwise, Fey Illumination is working exactly as intended. Because it never promised you that it would work on the pet itself. It never said that it could. Like, that one is on you. That you like that one is on us that we thought it would work. It doesn't even receive the buff. Obviously it doesn't work. Escaping manatee once again. Hey, you land over here now. You're safer there, I think. Maybe. It never promised that it would actually affect itself. It never did. But once you introduce a different fairy to cast Fey Illumination, that's when it becomes a problem. As Licky says, it might be an intentional blacklist for some reason. But it is weird that they made it like that. I wonder what the practical reason for this is. I am very curious. Could you imagine that? You get to ask Yoshi P like one thing and someone goes up like, so, Fey Illumination, right? Just wondering, why is... Just come up with like the meme of the guy like and just Fey Illumination. Emo says he would say ask the gameplay designer and he probably wouldn't even remember. Yeah, that could be. They're just like, I don't know. See, that is actually a pretty fair reason, Gazel. See, the thing that is really strange about Fey Illumination is... The thing that is weird about Fey Illumination is that if it increased the healing done by the pet, it would actually be significantly more useful for a scholar. I'm pretty sure. Fairy healing broken or unbalanced somehow by it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like it was overpowered in the first place. Okay. I've come up with a case. I have an idea. To disincentivize... Okay, hear me out. This circles back to the explanation about why you can't use Infuriate while not in combat, and why you don't get signs if you're playing cards while not in combat and all that. It'll make sense. Kind of. To disincentivize you from using Fey Illumination like a quote-unquote DPS cooldown, which makes no sense because it doesn't increase your damage, they made it so that it doesn't work on your pet, because since your pet only does one thing, which is cast Embrace, using Fey Illumination on cooldown would increase the average healing done by your pet. And given that your pet optimally is always healing, it means that if Fey Illumination worked on your pet, then you would be incentivized to use Fey Illumination on cooldown, completely nullifying the potential value of its magic damage reduction component or any other possible use, because you're using it on cooldown to maximize the healing of your pet. But because it doesn't work on your pet, you don't feel incentivized to do this, and because it doesn't even work if someone else casts it on your pet with their pet, there's no way for two scholars to get smart about it. There's no way to abuse this. How does that sound? Does that sound like a viable logic here? 11 says, since Fey Illumination also boosts magic defense. Fey Illumination doesn't boost magic defense anymore. In fact, it never boosted Fey Illumination never boosted magic defense. It reduces magic damage taken, which is not the same. And why is it not the same? Because EOS used to have an action that increased magic defense by 20%. It makes sense, but I feel like it conflicts with the existence of Ether Pact? Why? How? Vicky says, but the damage reduction is also a damage gain, so you'd want to use it for mitigation regardless. Would you though? Would you though? Jiro says, Ether Pact is essentially a damage cooldown in the exact way you're describing. Well, yes and no. It is a resource you can build and then spend. It's just a weird thing that a lot of scholars don't use it. But it is at least a resource you can build and spend. Ether Pact is better comparable to Sheltron in that it's an entirely defensive tool that you can cap out on and then choose or choose not to use it. Fey Illumination... It doesn't make sense. It's the best way I could possibly make sense of it, but it doesn't make sense because by the argument of saying Fey Illumination, it doesn't help your pet because they are always casting heals, so that would be bad to incentivize that. Is the same argument as, well, you could use Rampart on cooldown. Because it reduces damage taken, which indirectly reduces, increases health that you have. Like, indirectly heals you by not taking damage. I'm gone for 20 minutes and we still talk about pets. Weirdly. Somehow. Well, at least it's snowing. HK, there is one. There is a Kai Popcorn meme. Or emote. We have one. That is actually one of the first ones we have. See, this is why we have to schedule just chatting streams, because otherwise we'd never get anything done on the other streams. I mean, this is technically a just chatting stream, isn't it? Kind of. We're also testing, that is true. I made money, apparently. I sold a thing. The sea is part for these like 38,000 gil I received. I did in fact sell blades. It is quite weird with these things. That is really strange. I don't think this makes any sense, actually. Fey Illumination says it increases healing magic potency, and it just now occurred to me that we have flat out a stat called healing magic potency, and it doesn't actually increase that. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, Watcher? Can you believe it? It doesn't even work. As my nun... Yeah, actually, that is a good point. For this to make any sense, we need to have an ability, a healing ability potency. Licky says there is no healing magic potency in the modded tab, so it probably doesn't matter at all. Very possible. I have a feeling... Now, I might be thinking a little too hard on this, but I have a feeling that the reason why they don't care about the attack magic potency and healing magic potency values is because they're equal to your mind. Just like your attack power is equal to your strength. That's why we need YouTube guides. Action descriptions make no sense. It's weird how sometimes they don't match up at least. Welcome back, Merfolk. I'm sorry to hear that you got punted out by internet. Yeah, no, the attack magic potency and healing magic potency of a healer is exactly equal to your mind. It's even weirder because a paladin's healing magic potency is also equal to their mind. Guy is currently being judged by the Council of Scholars. Yeah, it's just weird. I'm actually incredibly disappointed that that I discovered or realized that Fey Illumination just flat out doesn't land on your pet, because that's really a weird detail. I just can't get over that. When most other like increasing buffs work, it's just really janky. Anyway, let's finally change the subject. So, was Passage of Arms the only defensive that landed on Celine? I think so. Merfolk says, did I miss the Final Fantasy 14 is weird? Here's why portion? Oh, we basically spent over an hour discussing or testing Fey Illumination. It's just really weird. Do you do glam reviews? I mean, I haven't. I don't know if I would be a fair judge of that, do you think? Ah, that is pink. 10 out of 10. That is not pink. Could you imagine? Red is half pink. Well, it is a nice holiday costume. I did what joke once? Have you considered holding pink reviews? How would that work? Yes, the pink here is very pink. This isn't pink. Get away with that. Remove that. I don't know if I've made that specific joke before HK, but maybe I have. I'm a red mage, not a pink mage. I mean, apparently my red mage is a pink mage. My black mage is also a pink mage. And when I switch to blue mage, I also become a pink mage. It's really weird. It's just my toolkit that changes. Just every time. It's very blue. You're just grabbing a different spell book. Yeah. Yeah, this is a pink mage with a rapier. This is a pink mage with a stick. This is a pink mage with a different stick. That's white mage. This is a pink mage with a cane. This is a pink mage with a massive axe. What kind of magic does it use? Anger. What kind of magic do barbarians use? This is a pink mage with a book with formulas in it. This is a pink mage with other scriptures in it, I guess. This is a pink mage with fists. What kind of magic does it use? It uses fist to your face magic. Pink mage casts fist. Cheers, just kind of wish the sound effect for Infuriate was just a loud text-to-speech saying anger. Scholar wakes up and picks up wrong book. Out DPS all raid group. More news at 11. Scholar just like reading the summoner book like, what? I can just use energy drain to make ether flow? Why didn't I think of that? That's genius. That's way better. That's way better than what I've been doing. I'll just do that. Just way smarter. Just do the exact same thing, except just don't spend Etherflow on it now. Just generate it. You want me to what? Scholar waking up and taking the wrong book in the morning. All right, use... What's this? Whispering Dawn, and then your pet, which was Carbuncle, which was how you didn't notice, just turns into Bahamut, just... That's not Whispering Dawn, but I don't know if I mind. seems like a benefit, to be totally honest here. I'm throwing embrace. Alright, since you are Bahamut, how about, I don't know, enkindle Bahamut then? And then it just like blasts your party with basically benediction. Just... Bahamut following behind, casting embrace. then you finally go, okay, Seraph, I guess, and it just turns into Phoenix. I don't know what's happening here. Same thing with Black Mage or White Mage taking the wrong staff in the morning. Just, alright, Afflatus Solace. Why does Scholar not have Phoenix? I don't know. Why does Summoner have Phoenix? Like, why did Summoner get Phoenix for some reason? Tries to use Benediction, cast Fire 4 on the tank instead. Oops. Summoner's Phoenix is very strong. That's also why in basically every time I talk about Phoenix in any of my videos, I'm like, by the way, Rekindle, am I right? Use it on the tank or something. With the reception White Mage players had to Afflatus Misery, waking up and being able to cast Fire 4 would be the best day ever. But what if you don't get Blizzard 3? Dorsey says, Summoner Phoenix healing makes little sense because you can't choose when to use it. Well, there's a lot of healing that you can't have, that you have very little control over. But I see what you mean in that it's significantly worse because you can't use it in a convenient manner. Okay, I see where you're going with, and you're absolutely right. I feel like the fact that you don't have any control over the healing from Phoenix sort of offsets the sheer power of just having... How much is it? $700 raid-wide healing potency just as a side effect of something you were going to do anyway as a DPS. Like, that is pretty beefy for something you just get free. Licky, that depends on what gear and what level you are. How much does it heal for when you're level 80? That's why we use potencies. Malice says it would be very fine if Scholar got Phoenix as their variant of Bahamut and if Bahamut was expanded for Summoner. Yeah, Licky, so 700 potency because it hits 7 times. Math. You can cast Summoner Physic when you need the healing. Nerfolk says the day friendly fire is activated in Final Fantasy XIV, chaos will ensue. Oh boy, do I have a revelation for you. Can I introduce you to my friend Malediction of Water and Right Round? It also just occurred to me that I, very early in the stream, actually started going through the usefulness of the Blue Mage spells, and then we went on a tangent about Wild Rage, and then I just didn't finish the entire tangent. For all classes, fair enough. Hey Fade says, I'm thinking about getting into Final Fantasy XIV. Is it worth it? Well, you'll be happy to know that the first 70 levels of the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV, including the, well actually, the 71st levels of Final Fantasy XIV, including the critically acclaimed Stormblood, is free. So you can simply download the game, make a free trial account, and play until you're satisfied. The only there are some social limitations, such as not being able to join a free company, not being able to have more than, I think it's 300,000 gil, and you can't send tells to people, I believe. And you can't make parties of your own, but you can do any duty, so you can just play the game for free. Until, like, up to level 70, and it's infinite free play time. Just play until you're done. Or when you pay, then you go over to the subscription model. And you also that, you can absolutely be invited to other people's party, but you can't make your own. Any good melee classes that you recommend? That depends entirely on what you like. However, if you want to play a melee damage dealer, then your starting options are Dragoon or Lancer and Pugilist that turn into Dragoon and Monk. And I would say if you like something with a little bit more to it, then Monk gets like more interesting stuff early on. But it's hard to give advice because you might have to simply shop around a bit. Here's the thing. If you reach... So when you pick up your first... when you make your character, you choose a starting class. If you do your class quests up to level 10, which it'll take you no time. There's like 3 quests. But you just have to reach level 10, right? If you do that, then you can switch to any other class. So you can just try Dragoon or try Lancer and then go, I don't like this, and switch to Pugilist. To be fair, you should probably give it more than 10 levels to try it, but point is, you can play all the jobs on a single character. So you don't have to like know what you want from the beginning. I'm pretty sure it's still level 10 for Rogue, Xanadus. You cannot start as Rogue. And it is actually not related to MSQ at all. As far as I know, it is only level 10 class quest that you have to do. It's true, you can't actually reasonably reach the class guilds for the 2 of the 3 starting cities at level 10. But it's more the principle of the matter that... Here's the thing, I don't expect a new player to go, I want to play a Pugilist, that sounds like fun. They reach level 10 and they're already so fed up with the class that they want to, like, never see it again. They would probably stick to it for a little bit longer, and if they stick to it just a little bit longer, then everything opens up. It was not to say that it was super important that you could switch at level 10, more to say that it is really early that you can switch. You're not really forced to stick to something. The Fade says, I would like to go DPS and are more into complex, high rewarding rotations with the ability to compete on the pass. Well, given that Final Fantasy XIV is very well balanced, most jobs are good and fine for anything. There will of course always be a best job for the pass and all that. And most of the time melee jobs are up there. if you want a complex and high rewarding rotation, then I think people would generally recommend Monk for that. Not to say that the other melee DPS don't have that. I think the closest second to that might be Dragoon or Samurai, depending on how you like it. The problem is that all of the jobs can be complicated in each their own right. Most of them can, at least. And it all boils down to what you like. Like, what you like in a job is what matters the most. Just a second, I'm just checking this. It is such a randomly specific question that basically no one specifies it. It's basically every single place is like either, you just have to do the quest to unlock it, or just equip the weapon, Lamau. Like, it's such a specific thing that is like, why is it a problem that you can't switch class at level 1? I'm like 99% certain that it is not a main scenario quest unlock to change your class, but actually a job quest unlock, or rather a class quest unlock, which sounds really weird because that would suggest that you unlock it through a quest. You could, like, that it depends on what you started with, where you unlock it, right? If you start as a thaumaturge, you would unlock this feature by doing like your level 10 thaumaturge quest. If you started a pugilist, you would unlock it as pugilist. But I'm 99% certain that, specifically because just the other day, maybe I can find it. Or maybe not. Never mind. Someone just the other day, like, asked on one of my ninja guides, like, great guide and all, but you missed a key point of explaining how to actually become a rogue. And they explained that the quest was red for them. And they had their MSQ, I'm pretty sure they set at level 10. I was like, have you done any of your class quests? And like, the ones for the class I currently am? Yes. So that was that's my best suggestion that might be it. And the thing is, it makes perfectly good sense that basically no one has gone through the effort of testing this or making like coverage of this, is because it's such a niche thing that the only way for this to become a problem for a new player is if they don't do any quests for their class, then it would be a problem. But it should be possible If you start in Limsa Lominsa as an Arcanist or a Marauder, you should be able to reach level 10, do your 2 to 3, like 3 class quests, and then switch to Rogue. That should be possible, as far as I know. Can you take the ferry to Limsa from Vesper Bay before you've ever been in Limsa? Can you do that? But that is also true. If you really insist, you could technically just walk. As I believe some of you said. But you can walk. Like, you straight up could do that. Because there is an open path between the cities, so you should be able to do that. I haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure that it doesn't prevent you from walking. You just have no reason to. Like, when would that come up? Is, like, one way it could come up is if you're trying to do some sort of challenge in the game. For example, you wouldn't be, like, if you're trying to see what you can do in Final Fantasy XIV without doing the main quest, then you would quickly discover that. The Kraken says to unlock job change or class change, you have to finish at least one level 10 class or job quest, even if your MSQ is still level 8 or something. Interesting. Marlboro? Hey David, hope you're doing well. But yeah, you could just walk. Like, a particular example is what was it? I believe it was Wrath Games ran into the quest where they had to get a item level 5 hat. Had to get a level 5 hat, but they had to make it themselves due to their challenge restrictions. And that meant that they had that it was fortunate that they wasn't Limsa Lominsa, because they needed armorer and, well, they needed armorer, but then they also needed miner. Where's miner? And there you can probably imagine how that went. My server is Louis Soir, which you can see in the top right. McDougal says, how do I become unpoor in Final Fantasy XIV? There's a bunch of ways. One, there's some simple ways you can go about it. Using the resources you find, things you find, and selling them in an efficient way. For example, if you don't hoard everything you find on your retainers, which is a common problem, then there's a lot of money to acquire from that. If you actually, if you have, for example, tomestones of causality because you're max level and stuff, and you don't need them for anything, you can buy the materials that people use to craft, like, max level crafted gear and put on the market board. I don't think they're that valuable right now, but it's money. And if you have crafters, and you might be saying, well, I don't know how to craft good, and doesn't matter. You don't have to make this to make money. You don't have to make this to make money. In fact, on some servers, it is not a there's actually not money in making this. So that might actually be a bad idea. No, what you can make money from is switching to this tab, special recipes, go to housing, and just find some housing items. Go, oh, I think people might like this. Like, look up what people are like, figure out what kind of things people like to use for their houses. And then figure out, well, does it sell well? Like, does it cost a ton to make this? If no, then does it sell for a decent amount? And make those and then sell those. And you can, of course, like, if it's easy to acquire the materials, you can do that as well to reduce your costs. Another thing you can do is, if you know that there's some sort of glamour item, like I don't know, like maybe a pair of glasses, you could check how much does it cost for me to make this, especially if it's like if it's inconvenient to gather the materials, but they don't cost very much, you could buy the materials, craft the item, and then sell it for a huge markup, and maybe you'll make a bunch of money from that. And a key thing that it might be easy to forget when you're like, I want to get rich in game, is most of the time it's not about like selling an item for 2 million gil at a time or a bunch of 100,000 at a time. Often, part of what makes someone get a bunch of gil in Final Fantasy XIV is by just always selling something. And then, like, then you make 10k there, 10k there, 5k there, just a bunch of stuff all over the place. Just a bunch of things. Just small things. And Google says I'm a level 90 samurai, no crafters, only level 90 fishing and botany. Because the old trials and raids that can be soloed have decent items like materials to get. The vast majority of my experience comes from WoW and none of it is good. If content can be soloed, then the items from that content is usually not very valuable. Usually. An example of that is that Sephiroth from Heavensward can be soloed, so his unique material is worth like 800 gil. Titania cannot be soloed, so her material is worth a lot. Hades cannot be soloed, so his material is like worth on the north side of 500k a piece, but the problem there is that the fight is really long and you can't solo it. So it's really, like, generally, if it's something from a raid that you can solo easily, then it's usually not worth like a huge amount, unless there's some weird like hole in the market, like an oversight that people don't realize that people don't have these items, that they're actually something people would like to buy. If you only have a combat job available to collect money with, then, as Merfolk says, treasure maps might be an idea. So treasure maps, you can acquire a treasure map by gathering in like Ultima Thule with your botanist. You can find one of those. I can't remember if it's per day or per week, because I don't collect them often myself. You can also get one by doing your Wondrous Tales in Idleshire. And you can also just buy them. Sometimes they're very cheap, sometimes they're very expensive. Aradel adds it's once per day with gathering. Nice. So you can do that. And then you just need to like put together a group, potentially, and do treasure maps. That gives a decent amount of money for the time invested. Alternatively, you can use your botanist, but given that I'm assuming that you don't already have a lot of money, you might not have like gathering gear, so you might not be able to gather significant amounts of the kinds of items that people would pay a lot for. But you could like mass gather like easier to collect materials. Xanadu says, I don't struggle for gil just doing daily roulettes every day. The thing is, if you're like, there's a difference between being rich and having enough money. The reason why I have 37 million gil is because I barely spent any. I just don't spend any. So I just like accumulate money as a result. That is also a good point, Licky. Lower level resources can sometimes be pretty expensive because people don't want to go and get it. Like a particularly good example of this, I don't know if they're really expensive, but they're really annoying, is I think it's called dimethrite or something that comes from nodes up here. in Western, like in Kurtha's Western Highlands. I just want to be clear that to get here, you have to teleport to here and then fly here, or teleport to here and fly around here, or teleport to here and fly. Like, there's either an additional loading screen or a long flight. It's just really annoying, so it makes perfect sense that it wouldn't be cheap. But I think it is cheap. Zip also, my friend Zip also regularly does the firmament fates in Ishgard, which you could also do. Demo says high-end raiders get a decent amount of gil doing merc runs without any crafting or gathering, like 5 million gil per week. It's very time efficient if you don't like grinding other stuff. I mean, Bimo, here's the thing. If I'm specifically avoiding suggesting crafting because, hey, you could just level a crafter now, I feel like going, just become a savage raider. Might be a little weirder, don't you think? Like, honestly. Just become a savage raider. Even though you are right. That is technically a way to accumulate money. It's just like if you have the time to become a Savage Raider, like in the time you could beat the current raid tier on Savage, you could probably level your Blue Mage up to 60, get the spells you need to do the vault farming, which I believe is like, is it 300k per hour or something like that? But the key here is that you need to first unlock Blue Mage, level Blue Mage, and then collect the spells you need. And while get Blue Mage is very short, and getting Blue Mage leveled is extremely short if you have a friend that'll help you, getting the spells might be time consuming. But probably less than getting into Savage Raiding. But if you are a Savage Raider already, that is of course an idea. McDougal says, I see would break is McDougal says, I see would breaking blues and greens be good. I'm also working on my Splendor tool. I do have gathering gear from the purple papers. Desynthesis is what I'm guessing you're saying with breaking blues and greens. Is like quite hit or miss. You don't know what you're getting, but sometimes, like if you're in, you just did Lunar Subterrane, for example, in the newest dungeon, and you desynth all the items you get. Sometimes one of the materials you get might be somewhat valuable, and when I say somewhat, I mean maybe it's worth 5k. And other times you get something that is worth like 100 gil. And when that happens, you would have actually made more by just taking the item to a vendor and just giving it to them. Exactly, Merfolk. How to become unpoor. Step 1. Have money. But the saddest thing here is that it is not entirely wrong. If you have, for example, 100 million gil and you don't need any of them, then you might have the kind of money to go into the market board, see that, oh, well, that mount is, I feel like that mount is worth 10 million. Why did they only put it up for 5? And just buy it with the tax and everything, and just put it up for 10. And be okay if it doesn't sell for a year. Like, eventually it'll sell. Not the best investment of that retainer slot, I mean, but you could just do that if you have that kind of money. You just do that. Like, I can't remember the exact numbers anymore because it has been a while, but this mount was worth, like, I think 3 or 4 million back when Boja was still something everyone ran, like, all the time. Why? Because since everyone was there, people were rolling on the boxes that this comes from, so sometimes someone would have one. Like, there was a steady supply. What's the price of this now? What's the price of this now? $20 million! I just want to let you know that I had 2 of those. I used one myself and gave one to a friend. But I had 2 of those. I could have had 40 more million than I have now. So you could be that guy back when it was current and be like, 4 million? That's not what that's worth. And just like stockpile them, and then one day when the contest is no longer current and the price starts climbing, you just go, right, I'll put 2 of them up now, just 1 even, just to make it look scarcer than it is, and whenever it's sold, you just put a new one up. There you go. And you make 5 times your investment, but you couldn't possibly do that if you don't already have Gil, as Merfolk eloquently put it. Guide to make Gil. What was it you said? How to become unpoor. Just get Gil now. Just have money. MacDougall says, I'm a casual. I can easily make gold and WoW without effort, but all the resources are easily on hand with Final Fantasy XIV is kind of lacking. I have to keep switching between different sites, where in WoW it's centralized. Part of the problem in Final Fantasy XIV is that, so in WoW, to my knowledge, like, professions are typically not the most effective way to make gold. Not always, at least. But in Final Fantasy XIV, part of the problem is because everyone can have every crafter and every gatherer, if something is particularly lucrative, someone will already know that. Like, someone already knows that. Like, you ask me, how do I become unpoor? I can, like, generally vaguely say go for something like this, and in reality I picture like 1, 2 or 3 items that I'm like, I would sell this. But if I tell you right now, then everyone in the chat who's even remotely interested could just go and do that, which one means now I don't have my money making trick, and now none of you do, because no one can use it now because it's public information. That's typically the problem. I remember in Guild Wars 2, there was this tool that allowed you to track when there was an item that was selling for so little that you could literally just buy it and flip it instantly. But that list was basically always empty, because someone saw, oh, this is at a cheap price, I'll buy this. Like, if it's public information, then everyone can do it. So that's the problem. If you see a money-making guide come out today that says, oh yeah, what you should do is you should go to the blacksmithing vendor and just buy a bunch of copper ore and just flip it for like just put it up for 10 times their buy value or 100 times their buy value because they cost like 5 gil or something. Just put them up for 100 gil. Before you have finished watching, if it's a popular video, it is already over because someone else already did it. Multiple other people already did it. So the problem is that the best I can suggest is like vague things like look for furniture because there's always people buying furniture. Look for glamour items, maybe glamour items that not everyone makes, because then maybe you can find a niche where people buy it but can't be bothered to craft it. Like a particular example that I ran into, which is like a really long time ago at this point, is that I wanted these pants for my glamour. I also wanted these pants, but this is the same pants, right? Just healer caster version. They were not on the market board. This was also not on the market board. So I had to like haul myself to like Azizla at a specific time of day to fish some random fish to get this. And I got enough excess that I could sell like a pair and like some extra of this ether. And I made like when someone eventually bought it, because I'm the weird one that wanted those pants, I made a pretty big profit on that because no one wanted to go and gather that. But that was like a hyper niche I found in the market somewhere. Like an extreme hyper niche. But you have to find them yourself, because if someone else tells you, then you already know that at least one other person knows, and who knows where they learned it. Also, just wanted to mention, as Jeff Carlson mentions, a way to make money, this is what I'm adding to it, a way to make money is to just spend less, and they're suggesting use Aetheryte tickets instead of, paying for your teleports. Every time you teleport somewhere, that could mean that you save 500 or 1,000 gil, and that adds up. I don't use Aetheryte tickets, but I don't lose money because I make enough. But yeah. But yeah, the best I can suggest, McDougal, is as Merfolk, I think it was Merfolk said, treasure maps. Try treasure maps. That is like a pretty generally decent way to make money, and part of the money you make is raw cash. Like, it's not a huge amount of raw cash, but it is cash. Like, every time you do like a treasure map, and maybe there's like a treasure dungeon, every chest that is opened results in gil landing directly in your inventory, and then also materials you can sell, although they might not always be super valuable. And then sometimes something super valuable can drop, and maybe you win, and then maybe you're 1,000,000 gil richer. But the key thing is that if you're doing treasure maps in like an 8-man group, then you're going to turn a profit. Absolutely, you're going to turn a profit. Assuming you're not paying like an absolutely exorbitant amount of money for the treasure map in the first place, but I can't imagine that happening. That is a default because combat jobs can do that. And if you had crafters, you could do furniture, as I said. That is also like a pretty good default. If you only have gatherers, then find some weird, obscure material that has like, that either has like, the key thing you should look for. Let me use that Seaborn Ether thing as an example, the one that I was just talking about. Maybe it's not valuable anymore. It's not that very valuable. Not at all. But the key thing you would want to look for is this price high enough that you're interested in whatever effort it takes as a gatherer to get it? And is this, because this history shows you how often it is sold, like if we focus on the Seaborn Ether Sand, last time anyone bought Seaborn Ether Sand on Louis Soir was 10 days ago. Someone bought 2. And then 5 days prior to that, someone bought 2. And then like 10 days or so before that, someone bought 1. So you can imagine the profit from this, even if they sold for a significant markup, is going to be extremely slow. Like, extremely slow. So this might not be your best time investment. But if you find some gatherable item and you go, I could do that. I could do that. And you see that the price is fine, and the turnaround, like the turnover rate where people actually buy it, is regular enough that you're like, oh, that's pretty good. You could go and gather it. But the key thing to remember is if there's like, if people are buying like 2 every few days, then if you then go and collect like 300, then you're not selling those. And actually, that is also a really good piece of advice. Aerodel says, make sure to check the prices on the other worlds as well. Given that people, like, if your world has like a stupidly overpriced variant of the item, like if the Seaborn Ether on Louis Soir is 4k, but the reason no one is buying it on Louis Soir is because, like, I don't know, on Cerberus it's 200 gil, then that makes sense. So you'd want to make sure you, like, before you go and put all your eggs in one basket and like mass produce some specific item, make sure that you are an expert on the item, at least in terms of its value. You could also go in the diadem. That is also a way. Licky says, as a raider, even just doing expert roulettes to cap tomes makes more money than I spend on food and pots. That is impressive. But yeah, see, actually, that is also an idea. However, you might have a hard time doing that if you only have samurai. This is not a just big disclaimer here, right? Just massive disclaimer. This is not a good way to make money. But technically, just spamming expert roulette while making sure you are the adventurer in need just gives you like a clean 7k every time you do one. Reason why it is a bad way to make money is because this gives 7k for 10 plus minutes of effort. Yes, you also get items in the dungeon, and you get some currency for the dungeon that you can, again, flip to items you can sell, as there's more than 7k to be had. But with the advent of Blue Mage vault runs, even if this was 20k per run, it wouldn't be very great. I know, Licky, I kind of do that as well. It was just more to say that in extension of your example, it was just you can use Adventurer in Need as a way to make money. Like, that is technically a strategy. It's not a good one, but like, that is also an avenue to make money. Like, if like, the key thing is, like, part of the thing that can make making money in an MMO really, really hard is if the way to make money is really boring. This is why a problem that I ran into when playing old school RuneScape was what's the most effective way to level herbalism in old school RuneScape? Use whatever strategy you have that makes the most money per hour. Do that for 1 hour, then spend that money on this strategy, whatever it is, that is the most effective at leveling herbalism. Or herb lore, I believe it's called, for 1 hour, for example. Or for however many hours the money you made produced. Like, basically, leveling anything like turns into do whatever you can do that produces the most money per hour. Do that for a while, then use the money to level the other thing more efficiently, which is incredibly boring because it means that leveling, let's say your most effective way of making money is doing Slayer tasks or something, which is just grinding, right? That means leveling herb lore is Slayer tasks and spamming herb lore. Leveling blacksmithing is Slayer tasks and spamming smithing. Leveling cooking is Slayer tasks. You can see the problem, which is why it is not a bad idea to like realize there are different avenues. Murfolk says, why Eureka pain but Boja fun? I don't know. I think it depends on the person. I know some people that prefer Eureka. The Ardell also wrote in the free company chat for examples of items from Eureka. Eureka petrol is 5 to 6 million. Elther's, I think that's amount, is 5 to 6 million. Form and function haircut is 250k. Cassie earrings is 20 million, and the Blitz ring is 13 million. So, like, those are also ways to just suddenly strike it rich. If you're lucky. And exactly, the crafted gear materials, as Ardell also mentioned, is also a decent moneymaker usually. The reason why it might not... I think I have them favorited. I think I do. Again, you need to check your server and your data centers and stuff. Let's see, this was like 5k some months ago. This was 5k. This was also like 5k. And I say like because I know they all dropped. Now, the reason why all of these materials have dropped is because... And they might actually increase again soon. The reason why these crafting materials are valuable early in an in a patch when they're released is because you need them for the crafted gear, which you need, and everyone needs. So people spend their tomestones on that. But often there is an additional spike a while later when they allow you to upgrade your relic weapons, because then it means you need to use all of those delicious tomestones of causality on upgrading your relic weapons, which means that the income to the population of causality tomestones that get used on materials just drops massively for a few months. And then as people like get all of their relics upgraded, they turn back to making it into materials. And then a few months later, when they allow augmenting your crafted gear, then people, like some players, will go over and spend all of those causality tomestones, for example, on augmenting their crafted gear. And when that's done, circle back to crafting materials. And right now, we're in a point where it's been a long time since relic weapons had an upgrade. It's been... Has it been 4 months? Almost 4 months since crafted gear could get augmented? Isn't that right? Something like 4 months? So most people that cared about that are done with that. So they don't really have anything to spend their causality tomestones on. So everyone are either spending it on nothing. Isn't that right, Sip? Or they're buying crafting materials. In which case, them's the beans, right? That's why the price is like it is. Because that's the only thing people are using it for. Yeah, that is true. We are expecting that the final relic weapon step is going to be, like, next month. We're expecting it to be around the FanFest coming in January. I don't remember if we have proof for that. I'm pretty sure we do. But assuming nothing like super fancy happens, it's probably going to be another 1,500 tomestones. Just another 1,500 tomestones. So that means with the amount of jobs, you need several tens of thousands of tomestones again. Well, yeah, technically several, I suppose. Multiple tens of thousands. So it might increase the value of crafting materials again. But for whose benefit? Who's buying the crafted gear? Where is this crafted gear mafia who's buying it? What are they doing? What's happening here? Who's buying it? It's 28.5 thousand. That sounds right. And that, like, unless you sit down and just power grind, it's 28.5 thousand per step. But if you already, I don't know, already have all of them at the most recent step, you know, like randomly just off the top of my head, then there's a reasonable chance you only need one set of 28.5 thousand. And now you might be wondering, why did you say that the relic weapons take a few months to get through? If you've watched my dailies Hangout streams on Tuesdays, typically, I usually do Expert, 90, 5, 6, 7, 8, Leveling, Trials, Alliance, Normal Raids, and I've stopped doing it, but usually also Frontline. Doing all of those, I can't remember if Frontline is included in that calculation, but if you just go down and do those roulettes, you get around 750 tomestones of causality. Which means you can upgrade one weapon every 2 days. Which means it would take you 38 days if you do it every day diligently. And if you miss a few days, that will tally up to about 2 months. And it was quite interesting. I didn't notice it with this relic step, but when they allowed the 630 relic step, I actually noticed that crafting materials, like the crafting materials for the spammable tomestones, started decreasing in price, like almost exactly. as those like 38-ish to like a month and a half were up. Like once people had run out of relic weapons to upgrade, the price started dropping, and you started seeing this less. Specifically this less. Just started seeing, like, it started being normal again. Licky says, I got 5 complete weapons and Shadowbringers, 3 of them just for fun. I have all of the Shadowbringers relic weapons completed. Jacob says, after the expansion, it will just be Poetics regardless. Correct. Very true. Oh yeah, I do remember that, Erdel. There's a time where you could just print money with Poetics. I've never finished a relic in a Realm Reborn, Heavensward, or Stormblood myself, so I totally understand that, Xanadus. Emo says, which expansion relic took the longest? I would guess, just off the top of my head, off the simple fact that I do believe you need over 20,000 Poetics to finish one Heavensward relic, that it is probably Heavensward. Just a guess. I don't know. You can buy Heavensward items on the market bot. Oh, well, that does actually significantly reduce the grind. Zangerkrieg says, I started 4 and finished 2 Realm Reborn relics until now. Nice. I do feel like I remember that Demi-Crystal thing, Erdel. I feel like there was also a different thing that wasn't like straight up Demi-Crystals, but was something else that was decent that then also got nerfed. I've just given up trying to flip my Poetics into money. So I use my Poetics to, I just buy like a Shadowbringers Scholars or Summoner book and just desynth it. Just, whatever. Just decent that. Level that. Maybe one day I should switch to like a carpenter item instead. You might be wondering why I would do that and why that would be necessary, but for some reason there are like no items that desynth for alchemists in the game. Nearly none. The only reason why carpenter is falling behind is because I'm not doing anything effort-wise to level carpenter desynth, but I am alchemy. Yeah, the reason why I collected all of the Shadowbringers ones was actually because, given that I was playing very much in Shadowbringers, there was a direct benefit to having them because they were the best weapons. And that was like how I like it. That was just an upgrade, and it's the same now. Is that unless you are like Savage raiding, for example, the best weapon, or extreme trials for that matter, if you're not doing hard content, current hard content with a job, then the best weapon you can get for like 4 months in a raid tier is actually a relic weapon. Like once that upgrade comes in. And that will stay the best until you can augment a crafted weapon, in which case that will be best, and then like some months later, the relic weapon wins again. And because of that, exactly, like the relic weapons will be superior to savage weapons once it releases, as is always the case with the final step. Emo says Boja was also a great way to make money selling those forgotten actions. Yeah, imagine actually farming forgotten actions while grinding your relics, and not just doing endless cluster farming and occasionally participating in Castrum, and then just spamming the Delubrum once you didn't need anything else. I was grinding relics where it was like I had like every day I had like a specific quota of amount of items I needed from each step, because I made sure that I had a relic weapon in every part of the relic quest line at any moment, so that if I did anything that rewarded that particular step, I would get credit. Which led to me like I made sure that I finished the first step with all weapons first, of course, but I wasn't like grinding until everyone had finished the first step. I like spread it out a bit. Like, why should I grind all of the green memory candies or whatever that come from cluster farming, or a daily leveling roulette, or a level 60 dungeon, if I could just randomly happen upon them while doing other stuff? Like, I just get them like passively. When Dalriada, no one asks how's Dalriada. That was actually the saddest thing. That was the saddest thing, because Dalriada gave 3 of the tokens, if I remember correctly, it gave 3 of the tokens you needed for the last relic step, but Delubrum gave 2, and it also gave 3 for the preceding step. So if you had 2 relic weapons running at the same time, one on each step, it was actually more worthwhile to just do Delubrum Reginae. There was no reason to do Dalriada. In fact, unless you were grinding like the metal and all that, there was no reason to be in Zadnor, because it was better to be in Bozja and farm clusters there, where you could get 3, the blue, yellow, and red memory candies, and then you could also participate in Castrum, which was woohoo, very fun the 30th time, right? I think I would have enjoyed Dalriada more. It was just that it had the same problem that Alliance Raid Roulette still has somehow now, despite the buffs. In that you have, like, you're generally not happy to land in a near raid in your Alliance Raid Roulette if you only wanted the daily reward. If you wanted near raids, then you don't mind, of course, not at all. But if you don't care, then it is like a net loss, because it's less efficient than just getting Crystal Tower, for example. That's the logic. Xanadu says, in regards to the forgotten actions, not anymore, since I doubt people even bother with Bozja unless they want Shadowbringers relics. Yeah, I don't know. Is there money in forgotten actions for Bozja and Zadnor? Is that a thing? Is it? Is there anything worth farming in Bozja and Zadnor? Is there anything worth farming in Bozja and Zadnor that is valuable not in Bozja and Zadnor? Zadnor's the best XP, 71 to 80 for DPS. Is it that regardless of the popularity of Zadnor? Because I do remember that it was absolutely ridiculously good right around Endwalker new, because everyone was doing it, which meant that the fates just got decimated instantly. Like, you had to run with the Stampede or you didn't get any credit. There are always people there in the afternoon and evenings. Well, then that might answer the forgotten actions value thing. But are people there to farm XP, or are they there to farm achievements, or are they there to farm relics, or for some other reason? Because the thing is, selling forgotten actions might be valuable if you sell something people use. But that's the key thing, is that, like for example, I know that I bought some amount of the forgotten actions that gave the life-stealing essence for tanks, because I used one of those every time I went to do cluster farming. Just warrior with lifesteal was somehow necessary. And I also used one when I did the loop room, if I was doing it as a tank. Because don't trust the healer. That healer is a white mage. They're actually a DPS in disguise. If you know, you know. You see the fight begin and the white mage immediately uses thin air. Shortly after they used thin air again. But before that, they lost like 5k MP in an instant. Game says, I just tried Boja recently for the experience since people rave about it. How do you get enough people for the Lubrum Reginae? You queue. Option A, go into Party Finder and see if you can get people to join you. Option B, just queue for it. I believe after 10 minutes or so, the queue will just pop anyway, and just take whoever's there and just put in there, and then I'm pretty sure the Lubrum Reginae scales down to a certain number of players. So it's fine if you're not that many, but you have to sit in the queue and wait. Eventually it'll just go, whatever, and just let you do it. Major Clanger says, is there a Discord for it like there is for Baldessian Arsenal? I think I know in EU we have the late night Discord, and I'm pretty sure sometimes they also plan the Lubrum Reginae stuff, or you can talk with them about it. I don't know if this is a thing in all regions. But yeah, if you just like go into Party Finder and see if you can like get a bunch of people, wait a little bit, see what happens, and if you get, then when you've tried, just queue for 10 minutes. Hey, Ymir! Wow! Thank you so much for the orange super chat. Thank you so much. That's crazy. Thank you. I hope you all have a great time. That one goes out to all of you, apparently. Thank you so much, Ymir. Hope you've had a good day as well. Thank you. Oh, you have to go. Fair enough, Emir. Thank you so much for checking in, and I hope you have a good evening and good night. See, Gaiman says, I think it joined with 3 people, but one person left immediately, and me and the other guy couldn't do it. If you land into Lubrum Reginae with not a lot of people, something that would make it a lot easier to do is if you are aware of your options. Let me just hop on over to the Boja area of Gangos so that I can show you what I mean by that. You might not actually know what I'm talking about. The lost actions or forgotten actions in Boja are absolute game changers. One of the most insanely important things is bring a good essence. If you are playing a tank and you don't know if there's going to be a healer, grab either the essence of the Bloodsucker or deep essence of the Bloodsucker as a tank, because that means you have built-in lifesteal. Even better if you can just go warrior, because then you have lifesteal to tide you over between raw intuitions. If you are a DPS, then maybe consider packing like a tanking essence or something, and preferably play a DPS that can like Red Mage maybe, that has the capacity to heal themselves a bit. Imagine, just for the sake of your own sanity, that you're alone. There is no healer, there is no tank, it's just you, because that is the worst case scenario, that there is no one else. That is the worst case scenario. So try and assume that, which means you need to try and grab a job that feels relatively competent at that, and then you grab an essence that helps you do that. The thing is, you have a maximum capacity and you probably won't need all of this. You grab the essence you'd prefer to use, like if you're going as a DPS, you could grab a damage dealing, boosting essence. And then you just also grab one that helps you in case you have to play off-roll, right? That is a good start. I can't remember if there's a chest. Oh, Licky says there is a chest in there as well. In that case, you don't have to pack this, but just consider that you might have to play Scuffed Tank or Scuffed Healer. Second off, consider these actions. You can bring two. If you end up having to play Scuffed Tank, just note that this one just gives you permanent Rampart if you just use it on cooldown, and also makes you able to tank. Just as an example. And this one just allows you to spam Cure endlessly. So, like, if you grab this and this, then you have, like, the most basic tool you'd need to be able to tank, and the most basic tool you'd need to at least help with healing. If you're only like 3 or 4 people, you probably don't need more than this. But if you grab those two, you're able to cover anything. If you don't need to cover anything, then you just, grab something that makes things die faster, right? But like, that's a good start. And again, there are ways to make yourself do absolutely ludicrous amounts of damage with these actions. But that is completely irrelevant if you can't survive, which is why I'm saying consider prepping so you have the things you need just in case you do. And the third thing to keep in mind is the rest of the items. So that is from here to here, mostly. This item allows you to raise other people even though you're not a healer. That is pretty handy just to have on hand. Weirdly, I have 10 of those in my loadout for some reason. But if you have to assume you're alone, you might not have to pack these until you're inside and see, oh, there's like 3 other people here. This item, on the other hand, the resistance re-raiser, you use it on yourself, and then, well, there is a chance that when you die, you just raise back up like a zombie, just get back up again and keep going. So again, if you're alone, you have to assume you're alone. Maybe consider having these just in case. Use one on yourself, and then maybe you're lucky if things go bad that it just gives you like a retry, right? Major Clanger says you can do Delubrum Regine solo. I don't know if you can solo it. It's not necessarily that whether you can or should. It's more the case that you don't know if the other people in your group, if there are any, know what they're doing. So you have to assume that you're the only player. I don't think there's anything that prevents you from soloing it outright, but it's going to be insanely hard. The way that you solo it is you queue for Delubrum Regine. After around 10 minutes, I'm pretty sure it's 10 minutes, the queue will pop and grab whoever's queuing and just send them in there. Just good luck, go for it, man. So technically it is possible that you queue for it for 10 minutes and you're the only person that did, which would lead to you be alone. Which is why it's reasonable to consider try to plan around you being alone. And the potion kit is also strong. It just heals you repeatedly every time you drop below a certain amount of HP. I believe there is one of these essences that can, or something that can increase. Oh yeah, if you're using Spirit of the Breathtaker, then the chance for it to end is extremely low. So you can just keep healing with it, like an almost permanent execution, right? But this could also mean you don't have to heal as much again if you're alone. But the most crucially important, well, this is also really good because it's just an extra potion. But this, you cannot solo. Well, at least you cannot solo the Lubrum Reginae as a tank or a DPS without this. Unless you're a bard, and then maybe you can. Reason being that the final boss applies Doom to the tank as part of its tank buster. So you will not be able to live that unless you have Isuna or this. Because this is Isuna on a stick. Or in a potion. But yeah, you can do it. You can do it. If you bring Lost Incense, you can tank. If you bring Lost Cure, you can kind of heal. If you realize that your group is specifically lacking a healer and only a healer, like consider bringing Lost Cure 4 and Lost Cure if you're a job that just can't heal at all. Like, then you can be like scuffed healer, as I said. But if there's not need for you to fill any gaps, like if you're a mage and no one else is, this is like, this puts Blue Mage to shame. Especially if you can combine it with some other damage buffs. Like, this makes Blue Mage sit there and like look upon it longingly and going, oh, why can't you be like Lost Flare Star Breath of Magic? Why can't you be more like Flare Star? But again, it's only if you don't need anything else. And the thing is, you can go as any job. A tank can bring some of these like damage boosting options to like build up your build up their damage if you feel like that's a little lackluster. Healers can use stuff like Lost Seraph Strike to massively boost their damage, like back when the Lubrum Reginae was current. You were pretty glad if you saw a White Mage and they used this, because they typically beat your average DPS with glare spam. And this. Major Clanger says, do you have to choose your actions before you go into DR or change when you're in there? Licky said there is a box at the entrance. So you should be able to like change your actions. I do recommend, like, because you might have to spend some time thinking about this, I do recommend like going, like, let me just clear this. Like, before you go in, just go, well, I might need this, I might need this. Let's see, I want to use this. Like, if I'm going in as a tank, I'll grab this and not that, right? But, like, I'd grab this and then go, well, this is my go-to essence. But in case I need to, like, go back up heal as, like, a red mage, for example, I might do this. Like, have this with me as well. And then like go, well, I might have to deal with the tank buster, so I need these. And then like once you have the actions that you need, then you can like go, okay, well, I'll grab a bunch of these and a bunch of these and like just stock up on everything. The thing is, you can use your essence and then stock up more. The essences like take up a quite substantial amount of your capacity. Some of the bottom left potions, that you could also do that. You could absolutely also do that if you have some. Like there's also some weird, like some weirdly specific things here. But yeah, like you don't have to prepare your build before you go in, but I do recommend, because you might, because it might be something you have to think about a little bit, right? It's something you actually have to like think over. Maybe you can just make like a note, like a list, like I need these things, and then you just know. But most of the items that you want are not going to change based on like when you enter. Like the things that's going to change when you enter is you go, oh, there is a tank, and then you just put your Lost Incense away. Oh, there there is a healer, you put your lost cure away. And things like that. But if you just like grab the general essentials, you can just like throw away the things you don't want or don't need and then just stock up with more filler stuff after the fact. Or you can just fill once you know what you need. But you don't have to do that. It's just my recommendation so you don't awkwardly stand there holding the group back. Also, you don't even know if people will wait for you. Also, hey Uru, and Merry Christmas to you. And thank you. My mom bought it. The manatee comes separately. Game End says, I think I was on Monk with Lifesteal and Cure. I think I just need to study the Lupin Originator's mechanics. Got walled on the first boss's mechanics. Yeah. One of the scary things with the Lupin Originator is, if I remember correctly, it has twice come ruin. I believe is what we call, I don't remember if it's called that, but that is what we typically call these kinds of mechanics. I think it's twice come ruin. I can't remember if it's thrice come ruin, but what that means is if you get hit twice by an avoidable mechanic, like if you fail a mechanic twice, it doesn't mean, oh, now you have 2 vulnerability stacks, you might die from slightly more damage taken. No. You get like a 3-second doom that is unremovable, and then you immediately die. Just... there's nothing you can do about it. So you have to like do the mechanic right. That is also why I'm like, the re-raisers might be good, because then you can get a retry, but I don't know if the boss will like not reset if you're completely alone. So it might be meaningless. But that's the best you can do. That's the best you can do. And if you go in with like a prepared team, like maybe you find people, what was it? Sanga Creek says Light Data Center has Light Forays group Discord for the Luprum Savage. Like if you get in with like a prepped team, you should still use an essence. Preferably some of the strongest stuff you have, but just use an essence. Like, please use an essence. Something that increases your damage if you don't need anything else. Like, if you don't need anything, increase your damage. If you need something, do that. But please use an essence. And what I mean by that is, oh man, story time. Back when I was grinding relics, I had some runs where like a handful of people would leave in the middle of the run. And here's the thing, back then the Luprum Reginae didn't scale. It was 24 people. And that was also because the Luprum Reginae would usually have 24 people, so it was not a problem, right? But that meant if people left, then you were just less people and had the same challenge. It didn't help that sometimes people would just AFK at the entrance because the Luprum Reginae is not an alliance raid. It is like an pseudo open world area, so you can technically like kick people and re-invite people. Like you can rearrange your parties as you please, which sometimes can be handy if like you zone in and you have one raid team that has like 6 healers and another one with like 5 tanks and then one that is just all DPS. Like maybe like redistribute, so there's a tank in each one, move the healers around a bit so there's a healer in each group, at least one, and things like that. But you would have to do that. But because of that, you can't boot an AFKer. You can kick them from your group, but they will be in the raid nonetheless, and you can't get a replacement, so it's not like it helps you to kick them, it just punishes them if you could get rid of them. You can see that I've reported some of these people. Intentional non-participation in the Luprum Reginae. Because that's the only thing you could do when they did that. It's very annoying. And sometimes they would actually fake that they got disconnected, and then very conveniently they would come back, like exactly during the final boss fight. to make it look like, oh, unfortunately they missed the raid. Fortunately they didn't get kicked, so at least it's not all bad. And you couldn't know who was genuine and who wasn't. But the story then was that I had a run where like a third of the entire 24 players had left over the course of the run. But we could still finish, it just took an eternity to kill things. And the thing that really got to me, I can't remember what job they were playing, but I remember there was this guy that was like, oh, this is taking ages. And he was like the only guy in my party that didn't have an essence equipped. Like, I was just sitting there like, you're part of the problem. You're not helping. I think he was a healer, and he was not using Seraph Strike. So he was basically doing as little damage as possible and being surprised that it took ages. BMOS is, does Square Enix tell you if your report resulted in successful punishment? Nope. They just say that they will, like, that they did something. And for reasons they will not tell you what the punishment is. What we know about the punishment system in Final Fantasy XIV is that when you do something bad, you get bad boy points. I can't remember what they called it exactly, but you get like bad boy points that mean that accumulate. And every time you do bad things, you get bad boy points. When you have done something that accumulates enough bad boy points to result in a punishment, you get said punishment, of course. Which means, I believe the lowest punishment is the lowest punishment is of course nothing. Then I believe it's a verbal warning, like a GM telling you don't do that. And I think after that, you can get things like, maybe you'll get muted. I don't know if that one is particular, but shortly beyond that is temporary suspensions. I think it's 3 days, then 7 days, and then 2 weeks. And if I remember correctly, if you've ever been suspended for 3 days, then even if your bad boy points drop back down, I'll get to that, that is a permanent scar on your account. Like, if you get a 3-day suspension and then are a good boy, a good girl, maybe a good just person, for years, and then you do something dumb, and you accumulate a suspension again, that will be 7 days, if I remember correctly. Like, that's 3 strikes, you're out kind of deal, where it's 3 days, 7 days, 2 weeks, I'm pretty sure, and the next one is permanent, I think. Like, the information is on like the internet, like on official sites, but I can't remember exactly where they are, so it would take me time to find it, but it's something like that. Now, I said you can be good and then lose bad boy points. Basically, bad boy points have a half-life, which is like a chemistry, physics kind of term, which means after a certain amount of time, the amount of bad boy points you have like dropped to half of what they were. But the thing is, if you get like a significant punishment, then I think it takes like a decade for those bad boy points to be back down to like average player levels of bad boy points. And of course, there's a significant amount of players that never did anything bad. But I'm also say that, given that it is half-life, it means that you will never go back to 0. There are no good boy points, unfortunately. There's only bad boy points. Which means that some of the stupidest things you can do is do something that is technically not allowed, that you can be reported for, just because it is convenient right now, or because you think it's funny. Because if you do get reported, then you might get bad boy points without being told, because you didn't get enough. And then one day, when you do something really bad, you get a much bigger, much more severe punishment. I believe this is also the way that things happen. Like sometimes you'll see someone make like they're new to the game, and they make a character with a name that is not good, like something referring to something it shouldn't be, like something offensive. Sometimes their punishment will be they'll get yoinked into GM jail and be told, I'm going to give you a free name change, but you have to go and use it right now. That's the, well, you're mostly a good boy punishment. The you're not a good boy punishment is you just flat out get suspended. Just no recovery. Just there's the door. Go and think about what you've done. And I don't even know if it comes with a free name change or if you have to figure that one out yourself, but I have seen that happen. So what I'm saying when I say don't do something stupid, play nice, do the right thing, it's not because I'm saying, oh, you'll get banned tomorrow. It's because it accumulates and it stays with you for an extremely long time. So just don't risk it. Like, don't bother. Don't do that. Just don't accumulate those bad boy points. And some of the most effective ways to avoid getting bad boy points is don't AFK in content. I know, it's really hard to do that, right? It's really hard. But you just have to actually play the game when you signed up to play the game. It's really hard, but you have to. For the sake of the health of your account. But yeah, part of the reason why they don't tell you what the punishment is because they don't want to incentivize people to report people to punish them. The purpose of a report is to make sure that the person changes their ways. Like, when I report someone for AFKing in Delubrum Reginae, what I'm seeking is a GM going over and giving that person a scare so they go, oh, I don't want to do that ever again. Like, that's all I want. I don't want them suspended. I just want them to just stop doing that. When I have someone AFK in Frontline or in Crystalline Conflict, I report them for AFKing because I want the GM to go over and scare them into not doing that. Like, that's what I want. I don't care what actually happens, but I hope they stop doing it. And something that I've seen people say is reporting doesn't work because I've reported so-and-so and I was told that the GMs did something. They got the automatic mail where they say that they did something, and the day after I see the person is still there. What gives? And in fact, they're still doing the same thing. Let's say that you reported someone for saying something offensive. That's it. GM sits down, looks at the issue, checks the chat log, and goes, sure enough, they did say something offensive. Well, it is their first offense, so let's let it slide for now. And just doesn't do anything. Like, that one's on the house. You have been reported, so maybe you get a few bad boy points. What the reporting player sees is nothing happened. But if they go and report again and says, this guy is here today again, saying offensive stuff like they did yesterday, it seems like they've done nothing about it, then the GM, maybe a different GM, goes, they also got reported the other day, that's weird. And maybe that's when they go, okay, listen, buddy, you can't say stuff like that, right? You can't do that. But the thing is, if you only report them once and then go, it didn't work, then as far as the GMs are concerned, problem solved. No one's complaining about the guy anymore. Whatever we did, nothing apparently worked. In other words, nothing needed to be done. Right? That's what I'm getting at. Is that if someone is doing something you don't want, I already reported them, is not an excuse to not report them again. Like, if they're still doing it the day after, you report them again. If they're doing something that offends you, and you've tried telling them not to, because this is a key thing. This is a key thing. I talk about this in my video about how you report another player. I don't know if it's super easy to find this. I think it was on the website. But the general advice that that Square Enix says is try to resolve conflicts in a civil manner. Meaning, say to the guy, can you not talk like that? Tell them to not do that. And if they continue doing that, despite your attempts to ask them to stop, that's when you get Daddy GM or Mommy GM or whatever you want to call it. That's when you call Mom. Mom! This guy's being mean to me! But you don't just report as like, if they're doing something that is not necessarily offensive to everyone, then ask them to stop first. Like, maybe they don't realize that someone was offended. You just tell them, can you not talk like that? It's kind of hurtful. And they go, oh, I didn't know. There are some words in certain dialects of English that are extremely offensive in other versions of English around the world. I'm not going to give you any examples. So, it is possible. But when you've already asked them to stop, then you don't have to go, I'll report you. You just do it. Like, you don't threaten them. Just do it. Like, you already asked them to stop, and they decided that you were not important enough. So then you report them and say exactly what happened, when it happened, where it happened. And that's that. And then, next time you see them, after you've heard that the GM says they've done something about it, if the person is still doing it, you could ask them to stop again. Maybe they'll listen this time. Or you report them again, if they're still doing it. But you have to keep doing it, because if you don't, then it signals to the GMs that the problem is resolved. And the reason why I'm really trying to hammer this point home is because a common misconception is that people say reporting doesn't work because I reported so-and-so and saw them again the day after. So nothing happened. As if reporting someone just makes them crumble to dust like a Thanos snap, which is not how it works. Mayor Clanger says, oh, actually playing the game I'm playing? Life is injustice. That's also true. The fact that the GMs are like Asians really makes them stand out. And PvP is weird, really janky, but it's okay. You just have to learn it, I think. Let's see, McDougal says, could you get in trouble by sending gil to another one of your characters from the market board? I put a fish for 315,000 gil on the character that needs it and then buy it on another. I don't think you do, but I do think you should be well aware that there is a tax to pay. So you would lose money from that transfer. However, it is worth mentioning that sometimes people use that to transfer an enormous amount of gil, sometimes like prize winnings. Like they just put up a random item that isn't worth anything for well, they tell a person just put up an item that is like this specific item for X million gil, and then you do that, and then they buy it, and then you get your cash prize, or your gil cash prize. And that's technically legal, but that is also a very, very convenient way for a gil seller to do it. It doesn't happen often, but at least I haven't seen it that often, because they usually do it with like super innocuous, obscure items, so you don't notice. But let's take this random sword, right? This is all of the history I can see in game. This is all of it. So let's say that someone bought 100 million gil. 100 million gil. And they were told, put up a Diadochus sword for 100 million gil on the market board. Say, okay then. They do that. The gil seller then buys the 100 million gil Diadochus sword, and then buys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 extra Diadochus swords, completely pushing that 100 million gil trade out of the history window, just like that. Now you can't see it. It might, like, it's still recorded somewhere, but it's not very clear, it's not very obvious anymore. So you can't just Lamau report the gil seller as easily, because it's like it's just shoved out of the system. And you might say, well, why would they do it with a Diadochus sword? And they wouldn't. They would do it with something that like sells for nearly nothing. They might even just go, well, I have 10 of these, just or 20 of these, just put 20 of them up yourself, and then a different character buys all 20. Problem solved, right? So you could absolutely do that. The point is that you can, like that. I don't think it is illegal. I don't think it is illegal to do that. I don't think it is illegal, but it can look suspicious. To say, like, that is to say, if a good boy does it, and someone reports them on a whim, there's a reasonable chance that nothing happens. Not like you don't even get any bad boy points. Like the GM is just like, I mean, there's no reason to suspect that this person was doing something wrong, so there's no reason to like to suspect anything. But if like a person who has been caught buying gil before or has done other suspicious stuff does something like that, there might be more reason to go, what's this? Oh, I was just trading 100 million gil from my alt. Or, I won this contest. Oh yeah, which contest? Licky says, I doubt they would ever punish gil transfer on the same account. Also true. Like, exactly, they would be able to, like, put 2 and 2 together and go, oh, that's that's one of your characters and that's your other character, so obviously it's yourself, like, that's on you. But the curiosity comes from if it's, like, a transfer from 2 different accounts, where it could be prize money, in which case you would, you know, have a decent case to defend yourself. Oh, I won this money. But if you won that money, you would presumably also be able to go, when they say, okay, so which contest was that? You could just go, this one. And just link them. They can see the name, the winner name and everything. But if it's not, like, above board, it's some shady stuff, then there's a very good chance that you will have a hard time explaining yourself if they start asking. Yeah, that would be nice if you could just mail stuff to your alts. In fact, I would like it if you could just, like, imagine if you could just, like, contact your retainers between characters. Although, maybe not. Maybe just have, like similar to the summoning build, like, just have, like this much space of, like, account space between your characters. That would be nice, so that you could easily move stuff. That would be nice. Mia Clanger says, yeah, this is an interesting gray area. I've never thought about this. I wonder why they don't let you mail to alts. Because you can only mail to players on your friends list. And you need to be logged in to receive a friend request. And you can't be logged in on 2 characters at once on the same account. So you can't add yourself. That's the reason, I think. It's just... It's not that they're saying you can't do that, it's just that the game is constructed in such a way that you can't add someone as your friend if they're not logged in. You can't. That's final. You just can't. And because you can't add your alt. And because you can't add your alt, you can't mail to your alt, because you can't mail to people that aren't your friends. Like... It's just like a sequence of game mechanics. It's like it's similar to how what constructs our combat rotations is like a cascade of this is how the GCD works, this is how the OGCD works, and that then leads to question mark profit, right? It's similar to that. It could be leaned more towards consoles. I don't even know. I don't know. I think it would be complicated to argue whether Final Fantasy XIV was made for consoles first, but I believe Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was made with a UI that was extremely targeted towards not being too complicated on console. I think. Not 100% sure on that. Like, there was a lot of menuing, but the key here was that even if you play it on a PC, you still had to do the menuing. But yeah, I do agree, Mayor Klang. It would be nice to be able to do that. I haven't had to deal with this on account of having a grand total of 2 characters. And they're not even on the same data center. So there's not that much reason to send things. But I also have the incredible advantage of, like, I'm pretty sure if I needed to transfer something from this character to my other character, I could just go on Discord and just say, anyone got 5 minutes? Someone would just help me. So it would not be an issue. I'm pretty confident. But all you need is, like, one friend. You need one friend. Licky says, I'd steal it, no matter how little it's worth. Oh. I'm sad to hear that. If I remember correctly, I think it was Coco, Gunsmokes, that just randomly at some point, I'm pretty sure it was Coco, just walked up to me on an alt that I had never in my life seen before. And just started handing me stuff. Just without ever explaining who they were. And then, when they had finished trading me stuff, I was just sitting there like... And they just, like, they also handed me money. Just, what's happening here? Just sitting there getting stuff handed to me. And then they logged out. And then Coco came by and was like, can I have my stuff? I'm like, oh, well, you're lucky I wrote down the money number, because otherwise you were in trouble. Because it wasn't like something like 1 million gil. It was like some like really obscure number. So I was sitting there like, okay, exactly this much. Just in case anyone asks and says the secret word, then they get the money. I just, okay, guess I'm the transport box today, and just sat in Limbs Laments and passed items. Yeah, Gazel says Final Fantasy XIV 2.0 was promised to be released on PS3. Oh, so 1.0 wasn't on PS3, is that right? Or on PlayStation at all? Game End also said, is that why I sometimes see random items for like 50 million gil? And it is almost certainly the reason, especially if it's an item that is like That item is never going to sell for that much. Like, it's like an item that is like, it doesn't sell for 50 million, it doesn't sell for 5 million, it doesn't even sell for 500k. Like, there's no chance that they accidentally added a few too many O's. No chance. And it's usually like a money transfer situation. Whether it's like like a prize winning or something illegitimate, you can't know. You could charge fees for being the transport box. Aha. That would be weird. Just standing in limbs like, do you need some items traded to your alt? Only 5k gil. Per trade. Since you can only like trade 5 stacks of things per trade. And I think the cap is 1 million. Because it says, isn't housing mannequin tax-free? I've heard something like that. That could be true. That could be true. But it still shows up in the history. As it says, they couldn't manage to release Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 on PS3, if I recall correctly. And that makes sense, given that Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 ran like a horse without legs. On a decent computer, I've heard. Because those potted plants had to look their Sunday best or something. Something like that. I could also imagine that the UI for 1.0, which I have seen, would be absolutely obnoxious to play on a console. Like, if I remember correctly, you had just one hotbar. You could, you know, flip through it, you know, like this. But you couldn't have more hotbars. And it was like slightly off to the side, and each button was like a circle. You had to like click through them. I don't even know if they had keybinds. And most things were menuing a little bit like I've seen Final Fantasy XI is. Like, if you think the thing with like Final Fantasy VII R is like you have like a slow motion button you hold and like or click and then you can like menu real quick is obnoxious, imagine that that's the game. Like, that's the whole game. Of course, the game doesn't go super fast to like account for that, but yikes! It could be fun. Could be fun. Mayor Clanger says, I won't lie, I have used a market board when my retainers are full to keep mats in. Wait, so you used the market board to, like, you just put items you wanted to keep? Like, you just put them up for, like, an extremely massive amount so that no one would buy them, so you had, like, extra space? My piece of advice on that, and I've talked about this before in terms of inventory management, is, and I would say I'm pretty good at inventory management. Is don't give me bad boy points. I'm not the bad boy points giver. I'm only the advice giver. If you have items in your inventory that you don't know if you will need. If it's something you can buy from the market board, then consider selling it. Demos is like the 998 pink die. Oh yeah, I had to use one on my new jacket. I have like calories to just buy more. But if you have an item in your inventory or one of your retainers that can be bought on the market board, meaning it is tradable, think, how long have I had this item? Will I use it, like, in the next week? If the answer is I don't know or no, then sell it. Either on the market board or to a vendor if it's completely worthless. And if it is completely worthless, then congratulations, you didn't need to hoard that item. And just do that with every item. If it is something you cannot buy from the market board, then it is a slightly different story. Then, like, it could be like something from a boss drop or whatever, like a totem from a boss. Then I would still say, think about it. Will you use this totem? Like, do you already have the mount that you can buy for the totem? Then you probably don't need the totem. Unless there's like a weapon you might want, or like an armor piece, if it is an armor piece, like whatever it is you can buy. Like, actually sit down and look, what are the options? What can I get for this? And if you conclude, there's not really anything I want with this, then if you have the crafter leveled to desynth such an item, just use the totems to buy weapons. Like, I believe swords or shields are reasonably good. Specifically, the shields are bad because they don't give the materials to make, like, the fancy schmancy weapons. Like, things like this, they can't give the dancing wing, but the sword can, and they're the cheapest, like the paladin sword. I don't know if there's like a higher drop rate or something, but you can get them. So like you could just turn them into swords and then just desynth the swords, and maybe you'll get something you can sell for a lot. And just do that with all of your totems. Do the same with all of your like old savage like books or whatever that you don't need anymore. Like, get rid of them, because you're probably not, like, if you look at what you can get for it and conclude, I don't want any of these things, then you probably, there's a reasonable chance you will never want any of those things. If there's anything on the list where you go, I might want this, then that's a different story, because then you've actually evaluated that this item has value for you, as opposed to no value. Like, if you don't check, then the item is like a question mark. If you check and discover that you don't want anything it can buy, then it's worthless. If you check it and evaluate, it can buy something you would like, then it's not worthless. But you have to do this. And I would just like to point out, and you might be able to find old footage of this on previous streams, I did this on this character. I used to have like this much stuff filled out with random stuff. I don't have these mounts. These are tedious to get. And some of these are also mildly tedious to get, and I have the space, right? These are tedious to get. And these I can't desynth. Like, I literally can't get rid of them in an efficient manner, so I'm just putting them there because I have the space. All of these, I could throw them out. It's just, because I've made the space, I have these, I will throw these out the instant I can't have space for them. And many of these tokens are also just stuff that is like, well, you can buy things for these. And I've specifically elected to keep all of these. They don't do anything. Not anymore. But it's pretty funny to have them, right? Meanwhile, nothing. It used to house, like, each tab had like, this is the one where I store the Heavensward tokens, this is the one where I store the Stormblood tokens, this is the one for the Shadowbringers tokens, and this is the one for the Endwalker tokens. And then one day I was like, I'm not going to use any of these. I'm just holding them because I can't be bothered to sort them. And then I just sat down. I think I spent like 2 hours just sorting everything. And when I was done, I had like, I just had a retainer with like a 40% of its inventory was just things I had desynthed and was waiting to put on the market. Like, I filled both of my retainers with stuff to sell. And just like filtered it all through. And now this. And I clean my inventory almost after every session, which means these are probably getting thrown out after this stream. But yeah, you had, like, the problem is, as I said, it took hours to do. And part of the problem is that as your hoard grows, it becomes more and more tedious to do. You will also have seen on some of my small Kai streams that I've just like gone through and cleaned an inventory that actually was filled from here to here. Just one thing at a time. So it can be done. Throwing away best in slot T10 chest. Well, only if you like. See, the thing is, the key in keeping an item is if you can use it for something. If you're never using that, oh right, this one is the best in slot T10 chest that I bought for like 40k. That's fine. Is it still sellable? Yes. I also made 40k in the stream, so... See, that is exactly the reason why I just go up, oh, I want to test something. That's the item that I need. Oh, it's only 40k? Oh, that's nothing. And just yoink it because it's easier than looking for a cheaper one. Yeah, just to test something because it's... Given the context, it makes sense. But I genuinely recommend go through your inventory and go through your retainers' inventories and check each item and go, will I use, like if it's a material you can sell on the market board, means you can buy it on the market board, ask yourself, will I use this in the next week? Just the next week. And if the answer is no, put it on the market board. Or sell it just straight up if it is worthless. If the answer is maybe, then same idea. You don't even know if you're going to need it in the next week. The alternative, if you say, I don't know, is wait a week, and if it turned out the answer was no, then sell it, because then your I don't know is essentially a no, right? Now you know that you didn't, so you won't need it. And if the answer is yes, take the item out and check if it is worth something. If it isn't worth anything, then sell it. Unless you actually know you will need it exactly in the next week. But like, maybe you could just use it now then, if you know you're going to use it. Otherwise, if it's nearly worthless, then that inventory space is worth more because you can just buy the item again. And that's the key thing. That's why I have this specific distinction between items you can put on the market board and items you can't put on the market board, because the items you can't put on the market board means that you would have to actively do something to get it back. If you can get it from the market board, you can just buy it again. And you might say, well, I'm not rich like you are. And no, but maybe if you sold all of the materials you were hoarding, you might be rich. Like you could become rich. Like those Blades of Revelry I sold earlier, they were from that filtering process. Like those 40k that I made today was part of the process of cleaning my inventory. Like I didn't just have those. I don't think I just had those. I'm pretty sure I desynth something for them. Maybe not. Doesn't matter, they were on a retainer. I didn't go and farm them separately. I just had them and was like, oh, I don't know if I'll need them for something. So I sold them. And I can just buy a new one. As far as I know, they were actually falling in price. So I could actually, like, wait a week and probably buy them for less. I made money and still have the item. And that is actually the most important reason why I say, if you don't know, sell it. Because most items are like, unless it's an item that is no longer currently relevant, like the mount I was talking about earlier, there's a reasonable chance that anything that is currently being collected and or not used is slowly losing value because no one's buying them. And because no one's buying them and they're falling in price, it means that if you sell today, you can buy them back tomorrow and have money to spare, potentially. Like that's the biggest selling point here, is that you're actually losing money by sitting on your investment being having the item and not your money. Welcome to Holiday Special Hangout stream. Very cozy talking about money making, isn't it? Just doesn't get any better than that. But what was really special about this stream was how long it was. And with that said, I think this is a pretty good time to wrap things up. We actually covered a lot of ground by just hanging out and talking today, and testing a few things. If you enjoyed the wonderful people in the stream, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find most of them. You'll also find me. You'll also find the weekly schedule, which is usually updated Sunday or Monday, where you can see what else, like what is happening on the upcoming week. You'll also find the announcement room, where you will see a link whenever I like plan a new stream, post a new video, whatever it is. It usually shows up there first. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can also find the reminders role. And if you grab that, you will get a little notification whenever I update the schedule, post a new video, post a new stream. And you will also get a little reminder around 15 minutes before a stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this stream, then it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream. You know, the thumbs up in the YouTube system down there, somewhere. I think it's usually down there. It tells YouTube that it was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to enjoy it as well. And that helps my channel. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, and happy holidays, regardless of whatever you celebrate. I hope you have a wonderful time. There will still be a video tomorrow, and there will be streams like next week. There'll also be videos next week, don't you worry. But I do hope you have a wonderful time. Bye-bye.